The story of Greek mythology begins not in a hazy realm outside of time, but in the lived landscapes and social realities of the Eastern Mediterranean during the late 2nd and early 1st millennia before the Common Era. In the 13th century BCE, palatial centers at Mycenae, Pylos, and Knossos linked hills and harbors with roads and storerooms, and their scribes pressed reeds into wet clay tablets to keep accounts for kings. In those syllabic records, now called Linear B, several divine names already appear. Poseidon is prominent. Zeus is likely attested in early forms. Other names, sometimes read as Hera or Artemis, among others, are possible, though scholars debate some readings. This tells us that the roots of later Olympian worship reach back before written epic. Yet the exact contours of Bronze Age belief remain partly opaque, and the connections between Mycenaean cult and later myth vary by locale. When the Mycenaean world fractured around the 12th century BCE, its storehouses burned and its tablets baked accidentally into permanence, but the remembered divine names and ritual instincts persisted. In villages that rose from the ruins during the so-called Greek Dark Age, singers carried those names across generations, braiding them with stories of origins and ordeals, of sea passages and sacred oaths, until the myths took on the shape we now recognize. This story matters because it is not merely a gallery of charming fictions. It is a long conversation, spanning centuries, about how order arises from disorder, why authority should be obeyed or resisted, what binds a community, and how mortality might be honored under immortal skies. To understand the myths, we need to see the historical world that nurtured them. The Eastern Mediterranean is a corridor as much as a coastline, a meeting place where Anatolia, the Levant, Egypt, and the Aegean exchange goods and ideas by sail. In the late Bronze Age, palatial economies collected grain and oil, levied bronze for weapons and tools, and sent emissaries across the water. Religion was not a separate sphere but a woven thread through administration and daily life. Offerings appeased a storm god before a fleet departed. A harvest feast affirmed the pact between farmers and the unseen forces they addressed as persons. After the palatial order fell apart, that religious imagination did not vanish. It adapted to smaller communities with new leaders. In the centuries between about 1100 and 800 BCE, households clustered around hilltops and trading contacts slowly revived. The bards who sang at feasts drew from a store of remembered names, rituals, and motifs, shaping them for audiences whose world had narrowed and then widened again. By the 8th century BCE, when Greek poetry first appears in written form, the stories already carried the patina of age and the authority of tradition. The political landscape of the archaic period, roughly 800 to 480 BCE, explains much about the texture of the myths as we have them. The polis, the city-state, set the frame for identity. A citizen belonged to a particular community with its own laws, patron gods, and festivals. A city's founding story was not a decorative plaque. It was an argument about why the city deserved to exist and how its people should behave. If Athens's patronage contest between Athena and Poseidon insisted on intelligence over brute force, that lesson recommended itself to Athenians who prized deliberation and debate as civic virtues. If Sparta told of Heracles' lineage and the austere valor of the Dorians, that mythic ancestry dignified discipline and martial cohesion. Everywhere, myths gave ethical shape to local pride. At the same time, Greeks recognized themselves as participants in wider pan-Hellenic networks. Sanctuaries such as Olympia, Delphi, and Dodona gathered people from distant cities to consult oracles, compete in games, and sacrifice together under the eyes of gods. The religious landscape was not doctrinal in the way later monotheisms would be. There were few dogmas and no single sacred book that bound all Greeks. Instead, there were poems and hymns, stories told at festivals, processions and sacrifices, masques and choruses, dedications carved into stone, and rituals embedded in calendars and life cycles. Myths therefore served as supple frameworks rather than fixed creeds. They could be retold to highlight a civic value, to warn against impiety, to explain the peculiar rock on a hilltop where a god was said to have stood, or to situate a new cult within an older order. Because communities treasured their autonomy, the gods could be both universal and local. Zeus as a kingly figure acknowledged throughout Greece, yet also Zeus of a particular mountain peak, a particular spring, a particular oak. The result is diversity that looks like contradiction from a distance, but feels like realism up close. People do not love and fear in standardized ways, and the gods of Greek myth do not either. A cultural exchange also fed the mythic imagination. From the Levantine coast and Anatolia came motifs that Greek storytellers reshaped to their own ends. The succession of sky gods, the taming of chaos by a storm-wielding champion, the watery abyss that both threatens and nourishes the world. A trade carries more than amphory. It carries phrasing and plot. When Greek audiences heard of a god's birth from the sea or a combat between a thunderer and a serpent, they were not hearing exotic imports pasted crudely onto local tradition. They were listening to a regional grammar of sacred narrative, to patterns that sounded plausible because neighboring peoples told analogous stories with their own names for the sky, the earth, and the subterranean depths. What distinguishes Greek versions is the way they interlock into a family tree, a genealogy that makes powers into persons related by descent, alliance, and enmity. That genealogical habit reflects the social world of aristocratic households who traced honor through lineages and justified claims by reciting who begot whom. The economic conditions of the archaic world also left their mark. Seafaring communities depend on weather and luck. Grain harvests depend on timely rains. Herds flourish or fail. When fortune seems capricious, people seek patterns. Sacrifices before a voyage or harvest are not bribes to unthinking forces so much as acts of alignment with a perceived order. If a favorable wind arrives after an offering, the coincidence instructs the memory. Over time, stories form that link certain gods with certain domains. Poseidon with storms and the sea, Demeter with grain and the changing seasons, Apollo with plague and healing. The connection is two-way. People tell stories because they experience patterns, and they experience patterns more vividly because stories teach them what to notice. This loop of perception and narration is not a defect in mythic thinking, it is a human mechanism. Greek myth offers unusually artful evidence of how it works. Social bonds and anxieties further explain the myth's preoccupations. In communities where hospitality could mean survival, the moral weight of xenia, the duty between host and guest, looms large. Tales about strangers reveal whether a city considers itself generous or suspicious. cosmopolitan or insular. Stories in which gods wander disguised among mortals test the character of a household or village. The outcome justifies reward or punishment not as arbitrary divine mood, but as a reciprocity embedded in the world's law. Similarly, oaths mattered, not because words alone had magic, but because words publicly bound reputation to expectation. When a story has a god protect an oath or punish perjury, it transposes communal enforcement into sacred key. If your city depends on hoplite solidarity and neighborly trust, it is no surprise that the gods punish oath breakers with relentless severity. We also need to consider performance. Before the age of libraries, Greek myth lived in voices and gestures. Poets sang at aristocratic feasts, rhapsodes recited at festivals, chorus leaders organized civic spectacles. Meter and formulaic phrasing originated as tools of memory and improvisation. A singer could expand a scene or compress it, amplify a god's epithet or substitute a place name, depending on the audience and occasion. That flexibility created a repertoire of variants, multiple birthplaces for a god, different names for a hero's parents, alternate outcomes for a contest. When Hesiod shaped this flux into a long narrative, he was smoothing and stitching, lending the authority of a single voice to a chorus of local versions. Because we often meet the myths first in written form, we can forget how much they owe to the breathing room of live performance. There is a further consequence of performance. Myths are not only explanations of the world. They are experiences in time. Listeners at night by a hearth or spectators in a sunlit theater do not simply absorb information. They pass through suspense and recognition, identification and recalibration. Myths therefore educate by feeling as much as by statement. A story about a god who yields to prophecy, even while seeking to avoid it, teaches the inevitability of fate more powerfully than an abstract maxim. A story about a mother who loses and regains her daughter tunes the soul to the rhythm of seasons and grief. In the world that produced these tales, such education fitted citizens to their civic roles, worshippers to ritual rhythms, and travelers to the hazards of trade and war. The places matter. Mountains such as Olympus turned cloud into throne room, but they are also literal heights people could see from their fields, landmarks that gave scale to life. Springs and caves dotted the countryside with thresholds to something more than ordinary, inviting tales of nymphs and entrances to the underworld. Groves became sanctuaries because shade and silence frame a different kind of attention. Certain places gathered Pan-Hellenic prestige. At Delphi, a priestess spoke oracles in Apollo's name, and cities sent gifts to honor him and to advertise their piety. At Dodona, seekers listened to the clatter of bronze or the trembling of oak leaves to hear Zeus's will. Olympia hosted games where victors returned home crowned with wreaths and reputations, having honored Zeus with their strength and discipline. These places did not merely host myths, they co-authored them, inviting narratives that tied geography to theology and civic rivalry to divine favor. The intellectual climate, too, shaped the myth's final form. As literacy spread and civic institutions matured, thinkers asked what lies behind the gods. Are they persons, as the poets say, or expressions of natural forces or moral allegories? Philosophers did not silence the gods. They added registers to the conversation. One could treat Zeus as a king in a household of gods for the sake of ritual and storytelling, and also reflect on Zeus as a name for the rational order of the cosmos. Such layered interpretation made the myths durable. They could speak to farmers waiting on rain and to sophists debating justice, to sailors who crossed straits and to sculptors carving marble for temples. All of this political fragmentation and festivals of unity, local cults and pan-Hellenic sanctuaries, oral performance and early literacy, economic risk and ritual stability, prepared the ground for narratives about beginnings. But there is one more ingredient without which the particular shape of Greek myth would be unrecognizable: the genealogical drive. In an age when inheritance and prestige passed through family lines, and when rival households traced their claims back to founding heroes, the imagination that organized gods into kinship made deep sense. To say that night gave birth to doom or that earth joined with sky is not only to conjure poetry, it is to translate a felt structure of power and obligation into a language of family. Just as a noble house could be threatened by a father's suspicion or a son's ambition, so the cosmos could be imagined as the scene of tensions among related powers. This way of thinking turns questions about why storms happen or why death exists into dramas played by characters. The answers then acquire both memorability and moral color. We remember not only that the sea is dangerous in winter, but that a god quick to anger rules its shifting plains. Into this receptive environment stepped poets who could give a coherent arc to the scattered stories. Among them, Hesiod of Boeotia stands as a crucial voice. Around the late 8th or early 7th century BCE, drawing on the craft of epic diction yet speaking in the register of a local farmer poet, he told how the world came to be and how the gods arranged themselves into an order that, for all its quarrels, held. His manner is catalogic, his tone instructive, his aim double, to delight and to clarify. When later readers call his poem a theogony, a birth of the gods, they are naming both the subject and the method. The world is explained by telling who was born from whom, and how their relationships set the terms for what followed. Even so, Hesiod's is one voice among many. Homeric hymns, local etiologies, and later drama preserve other emphases. Where sources diverge, we can assume local pride, cult practice, and performance needs helped shape the variant. What then are the key figures and foundational dynamics that will guide the listener through the story to come? First, there is the intuition that before structured order there was a yawning gap, an undefined something that allows things to be born and to take their places. Second, there is earth as the solid base of life, sky as the vault above, and the depths below as a storehouse of both fertility and danger. Third, there are forces personified as beings who love and fear, who conspire and suffer, whose victories and compromises yield the conditions under which humans live. Power is never absolute. It is always subject to challenge and to limits, sometimes enforced by a law deeper than the will of any one god. And last, there is the idea that the cosmos we inhabit is not random. It is ordered, but the path to order runs through conflict. The very sense that things cohere, that seasons turn predictably, that oaths bind, that hospitality matters, is narrated as the outcome of struggles among older and younger powers. It is tempting to jump straight to the battles and the triumphs, to the scythe and the thunderbolt, to the naming of mountains as thrones and seas as sovereign realms. But to appreciate those episodes fully, it helps to arrive with a feel for the world that imagined them. A world of small cities and big horizons, of festivals that bind strangers into temporary kinship, of ships that must read the winds, of poets who memorialize both glory and grief. In such a world, a story about the first motions of reality and the first quarrels of divine kin is not a childish diversion. It is a way of thinking through how fragile arrangements become durable, how justice sets boundaries on desire, and how the rhythms of earth and sky come to feel like kin to human rhythms. That is why these myths endured. They explained and they entertained, they warned and they consoled, they changed shape as new generations asked different questions of them. Soon, the narrative will take on its first ones that would soon define the next chapter of this remarkable story. The first motion is an opening, a space in which other things can appear, and the Greeks gave that opening a name. Chaos, not chaos as disorder in our modern sense, but a yawning gap, a gaping. In Hesiod's account, from that gap came the presences by which the world takes on shape. Earth arrives as a steadying ground, a sky as a vault that receives light and storm. The deep place called Tartarus marks a lower bound, and a generative force, Eros, stirs the joining of unlike things. Once noticed, this sequence becomes an explanation. The world is layered into room, foundation, canopy, depth, and an inward drive that compels union and separation in turn. In this early imagination, Earth, whom the Greeks call Gaia, does not lie passive. She is mother and maker, the source from which mountains rise and seas find their basins. When sky, Uranus, stretches over her, the two together create not only shelter but a living household. Their union, like the marriages of great houses that Greek audiences knew from their own world, produces heirs whose talents and temperaments will either stabilize the realm or provoke change. From Gaia and Uranus come the Titans, powers whose names echo natural features and cosmic functions, along with other children less easily welcomed. The one-eyed Cyclopes, masters of thunder and craft, and the 100-handers, whose sheer force exceeds ordinary measure. Lineage here is not just a list, it is the architecture of possibility. Powers inherit power and rivalries arrive with birthrights attached. Affection does not govern all households equally. In the traditional tale, Uranus fears the strength of the children whose existence he has made possible. Some versions say he confines them within Gaia, others that he withholds honor and space. Either way, the tension has a human feel, an older generation sensing its authority threatened by the vigor of the next. The cost is borne by the children and by Gaia herself. She devises a counter, shaping a sickle from unyielding substance, and asks who among her sons will dare the act that will set things in motion. The youngest, Kronos, steps forward. The scene is told with ritual reserve, the sickle, the blood, the white foam in the sea, and yet what matters is the pattern it sets. A new order is born by decisive rupture, and the act that breaks one tyranny plants the seed of the next. From that rupture come further consequences. Drops of blood falling on earth call forth formidable beings. The Erinyes, avengers of kin blood, guardians of moral necessity, and the giants, whose later revolt will summon new alliances among the gods. In the sea, foam churned by the falling flesh gives birth to Aphrodite in Hesiod's telling, though Homer preserves an older strand that names her the daughter of Zeus and Dione. The coexistence of both accounts suggests not confusion but layered tradition. Cult centers on Cyprus and Cythera kept sea birth memories, while other sanctuaries preferred the line that ties her to Zeus's court. Violence and attraction are not opposites here. They are forces that alternate in guiding events. With Uranus removed, the Titans claim their places, and Kronos assumes the kingship his daring secured. Later Greek tradition poetically styles his era a golden age, less a concrete historical season than a moral image of easy abundance before toil, a way of imagining a world not yet hardened by iron labor. A prophecy, that solemn announcement of a future that cannot be dodged, now shapes the next movement. Kronos hears that one of his own children will supplant him. In households where inheritance can mean survival, such a warning pierces to the core. And Kronos responds with a policy as brutal as it is clear. Each time his consort Rhea bears a child, he swallows the newborn. The image is grotesque but precise. A ruler who devours his heirs devours the future. He opts for static safety over the risks of continuity through change. Rhea, like Gaia before her, bears the cost and devises the countermeasure. When her next child is due, she arranges with attendants to hide the infant after birth and to offer Kronos a stone wrapped like a newborn. The ruse works because fear accepts what it expects to see. Kronos swallows his insurance, and the child, the one who will later be named Zeus, is spirited away to safety. Traditional versions place the hiding on Crete, a rugged island whose caves and cliffs speak of concealment and protection. Later sources amplify the tale. A goat, Amalthea, suckles the child. Armored attendants, the curates, clash their shields to drown the noise of his crying. In some strands, a nymph named Melissa brings honey to speed his growth. These elements are consistent with Cretan cult and could imply local claims to intimacy with the god. At minimum, they show how regional pride inflects a pan-Hellenic story. What matters for the arc is the pattern. The future king grows up away from a palace, under the tutelage of nursing and craft, hidden yet watched. The community that shelters him becomes a prototype for the alliances he will later build. As the child matures, the world around Kronos changes in small ways that hint at a larger shift. Minor deities take their places as patrons of springs and groves. Seasons acquire clarity. The arts that will later be associated with particular gods begin to crystallize in collective memory. Hermes' cleverness first appears as a style of crossing boundaries, a knack for moving between places without harm before it bears a name. Athena's craft lives in weaving and counsel. Apollo's authority gathers around healing and song. Demeter's care is felt wherever grain ripens on time. These are not yet the fully personified Olympians of later hymns, but their domains are real to people whose lives depend on predictable rhythms and timely insight. A shared imagination of divine specialization grows naturally from work and worry. Zeus's first decisive act in many tradition lines is not to loose lightning, but to repair a fundamental wrong. With help sometimes explicitly from his mother, sometimes from the goddess Metis, whose very name suggests prudence, he contrives a way to force Kronos to restore what he has stolen. In one telling, Kronos is tricked into vomiting up the children whole, stone and all. In others, a potion compels restitution. Either way, the siblings emerge in reverse order, and the world feels suddenly more populous, more sharply defined. Hera stands with queenly dignity. Poseidon brings the depths with him. Hades carries the gravity of what lies below living feet. Demeter remains the steady companion of harvests. Hestia warms the center of every house. Their recovery is more than reunion. It is the release of latent functions long suppressed. With that act, Zeus declares the principle by which his own rule will claim legitimacy. A strength allied to justice restores balance and gives each power its proper place. Yet power once regained must be secured. Kronos is no minor opponent, and Titans loyal to him hold heights and strongholds across the world's imagined map. Even among the younger powers, unity is a task, not a given. Zeus needs allies beyond his immediate siblings and must show that his cause is not merely another assertion of personal ambition. Here the Cyclopes, imprisoned by Uranus and neglected under Kronos, become crucial. Freed and honored, they lend their craftsman's gifts. To Zeus they give the thunderbolt, to Poseidon the trident, to Hades a helm that confers invisibility. The 100-handers, terrifying in their multiplicity of grasp, also become partners when treated with honor rather than fear. Each alliance has a logic that audiences steeped in city-state politics would recognize. Loyalty follows recognition, gifts bind, justice persuades where force alone cannot. These preparations stretch into a long strain of tension before open conflict. Greek audiences, used to seasonal campaigns and the deliberations of councils, understood that wars begin long before a spear is thrown. Envoys pass between camps, neutral powers weigh their chances. Oaths are sworn and sacrifices offered to sanctify cause and cement resolve. In some tellings, Zeus calls an assembly of gods and lesser spirits to articulate what is at stake. A world that withholds due shares degenerates into fear, a world where each power receives its honor within a lawful order yields prosperity. Such deliberation does not reduce myth to moralizing. It frames the clash beyond mere might. For farmers and sailors alike, order is not an abstraction. It is rain in its season, a harbor that keeps faith with ships, a boundary stone that no one moves without curse. As the coalition around Zeus strengthens, the landscape itself seems to take sides in cultural memory. Certain mountains will later be remembered as seats where councils met. Certain rivers will be invoked as witnesses to oaths. The underworld's markers, the cavernous fissures, the sulphurous pools, become imagined corridors through which messengers of fate pass. The more the story accrues these spatial anchors, the more plausible it feels that the entire world is at stake in the quarrel of one family. That leap from household drama to cosmic significance is the mythic way of saying that how power is exercised in the center affects the periphery. If the king devours his heirs, village cradles go empty. If the sea is ruled by caprice, markets fail and winter bites harder. Kronos is not idle. He gathers titans who prefer the certainty of familiar rule to the promise of a reordered world. Some are reluctant, bound by habit and fear of dishonor more than by love. Others, invested in the old hierarchy, dread the redistribution of recognition Zeus proposes. Between the camps stand figures who will later appear in many guises, those who try to mediate, those who wait to judge which way fortune leans, those who shift allegiance at the last hour. Through this thickening scene, the narrative finds time for glimpses of daily life that continue under looming war. Women grind grain, boys learn to swim in the shallows, shepherds move their flocks uphill as spring warms the valleys. Myths do not forget that people continue to live when gods contend. Meanwhile, Zeus's ruling style takes clearer shape. He learns when to persuade and when to compel, when to listen and when to cut through. The poets call him guardian of oaths and guests. That is not flattery. It is a claim about the fabric of society he aims to guard. On the eve of conflict, that moral claim gives him an edge. A coalition bound by shared commitments lasts longer than one held together by terror. The arts, too, take on sharper forms as patronage clarifies. Music and poetry are not ornaments, they are instruments of memory and morale. Hymns gather the coalition's principles into song. The beat of feet trains bodies to move together. A blacksmith's forge answers the music with the ringing promise of durable tools and weapons. Later generations, picturing Hephaestus at his anvil with sparks leaping, were recalling how vital it felt to have craft on their side when facing winters, voyages, and skirmishes. In this formative period, technique and piety are twins. Each strengthens the other by giving purpose and direction. With alliances in place and claims articulated, the first tests are not yet the decisive set-piece battles later tradition celebrates. Instead, there are probes and reprisals. A Titan ally of Kronos attempts to block supplies along a pass. A storm tears a camp, and Zeus's supporters read the lightning that follows as a sign that their leader truly commands the sky. Small victories accumulate, not enough to settle the question but sufficient to embolden. Stories of omens multiply, the sudden flight of birds, a vivid dream that visits a leader the night before a raid. In an age that listens for meaning in nature's patterns, such signs steady hands and stiffen backs. The escalation feels both inevitable and deliberate, a ratchet that only clicks forward. By now, the shape of the next steps is plain. A ruler who rose by overturning his father has tried to end the future by swallowing it. The future has learned to hide and to plan. Siblings once denied their parts have recovered them and pledged to a lead. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, the way a village hushes in the moment before a verdict is read. And then the first flash came, not as a weapon cast in anger, but as a sign that the sky had chosen a keeper. What followed would be remembered, according to the old poets, as a war of 10 years, a span long enough for children to grow into fighters and for old loyalties to be tested beyond polite endurance. The poets call it the Titanomachy, not to glorify violence for its own sake, but to name the passage by which fear yielded to a more balanced order. The cause was articulated before the first stones flew. A world in which shares are denied shrinks under suspicion. A world that honors proportion thrives. With that principle sung and sworn, the camps settled into their opposite slopes and the first blows fell. At the outset, the Titans possessed the advantage of age and entrenched positions. They knew the heights and the hidden passes, and their alliances had the weight of custom. Kronos himself commanded a court hardened by years of unquestioned precedence, flanked by brothers who had learned to equate stability with his voice. But age had bred a habit of contempt for counsel, and the same fear that had once devoured heirs now dulled the senses to opportunity. On the opposite side, Zeus brought fervor but also an untested coalition. Siblings wronged into solidarity, younger powers attracted by the promise of recognition, and beings whose might had been buried or ignored. The earliest skirmishes showed the pattern that would define the struggle. Titans attempting to overwhelm by mass and height, Zeus's side probing, retreating, learning where argument might pry loose a supporter before sheer force tried to finish what persuasion had started. The turning point in the war's early phase came from an alliance that looked, at first glance, like a descent into greater risk. Deep in the lower places where Uranus had thrust away what he feared, the 100-handers, Briareus also called Aegeon, Cottus and Gyges, endured, a trio whose very description sounds like hyperbole until one remembers that myth is allowed to speak of magnitude in human terms. If hands are the means by which a body grasps and throws, then to give a being many hands is to say that it can hurl and catch beyond measure. Zeus descended to them not with chains but with invitation. Based on what we know from the traditional accounts, the logic is clear. Honor and freedom offered to the long-neglected can convert enormous potential into loyalty. When he loosed their bonds and promised them place and dignity, they took his side with the grateful speed that only recognized strength can evoke. From that hour, battles no longer revolved solely around ridgelines and passes. They became contests of endurance against showers of stones the size of cottages, volleys that could break a phalanx as surf breaks a sandbar. No less crucial was the release and recognition of the Cyclopes. In older days, they had been smiths in the service of powers that refused to trust them. Now, freed and called brothers rather than tools, they brought gifts that were not mere trinkets but condensed functions of the world. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt, a weapon inseparable from law because it arrives with light and sound that command attention, as decrees do. To Poseidon they forged the trident, an emblem whose 3 tines evoke the sea's many moods, calm, swell and storm, and a lever with which the god could shake the earth and rearrange coastlines. To Hades they fashioned a helm that hides the wearer, a boon for a ruler whose domain depends on moving unseen between boundaries. These images are poetic, but they align with the law that assigns each deity a signature power. They point to how power behaves in lived experience. Law must appear, the sea must be mastered by those who sail it, and the reality of death works even when unobserved. That the Cyclopes placed these gifts in grateful hands suggests a political truth that Greek audiences would not have missed. Craft aligns itself with rulers who protect and honor it. Years wore on. Some days ended with the younger gods jubilant, their banners bright in the clean light after a rain. Other days broke them against walls of rock and resolve. The 100-handers hurled stones until their arms blurred. The Titans learned to anticipate patterns and built earthworks against the worst of the barrages. In these lulls, Zeus strengthened the fabric of his cause. He elevated the river goddess Styx, first among the divine to pledge to him, and offered her waters as the ultimate witness for oaths. The implication is telling. To bind words most strongly, swear by what flows between world and underworld, what dissolves and cleanses. Any god who swore falsely by Styx, the tradition says, would be rendered voiceless and breathless for 9 full years, excluded from nectar, ambrosia and counsel, only in the 10th returning to their privileges. That specificity underscores how seriously order takes the integrity of speech. Not every victory was won with rock and flame. Zeus learned to divide opponents, to recognize the Titan whose loyalty was fear rather than principle, and to offer terms where stubbornness would be waste. Themis and her daughter Dike, names that speak of custom and justice, appear in tradition as the voices who taught Zeus how rule becomes legitimate when it manages desire according to a deeper law. Some Titans, thus persuaded, turned quiet or walked away from Kronos' lines without fanfare. Others, more deeply bound, fought on with what participants on both sides recognized as tragic courage. Not every enemy is a villain. Some are simply adherents of a fading order who cannot imagine a different center holding the world together. In the war's middle years, the younger gods learned their own temperaments. Hera hardened into a majesty that could cool tempers by presence alone. Poseidon proved himself the kind of ally who changes the field with a blow. A cliff crumbled to block a pass, a riverbed diverted to strand a detachment. Hades kept to the work no one else desired, guarding the roots down and escorting the souls of the fallen, not as enemy or friend, but as steward of an unavoidable share of life. Demeter organized supply, a victory as crucial in protracted war as any bold raid. Hestia held the center, the hearths where the weary returned, the fires that signified continuity when tents had to be struck and raised again. These assignments, inferred from their later domains, read like strategy because they are. The war taught each power the work that would later define them in peacetime. At last, as the 10th year opened, the contest tightened into a single season of resolve. The 100-handers took positions at key passes. The Cyclopes turned forges bright day and night. Thunder grew in frequency until even those who had stopped attending to its meaning found themselves pausing mid-stride to listen. In a final council, Zeus spoke not of vengeance but of shares. The time had come to return powers to their proper places and to confine what refused place at all. With that, he signaled the advance. The battle that followed is told in images large enough to fit the stakes. Earth shuddering, sea piled upon itself by the trident's push, sky lit from within by light that did not burn what it judged worthy to stand. When the volleys ceased, the titans who had held to Kronos were overthrown. Some, like Atlas, were given punishments that corresponded to their stature. Atlas set to hold the sky from the earth's rim. Others were bound in the deep vault of Tartarus behind bronze that bent to no mortal tool, guarded by those 100-handers whose loyalty had helped make victory possible. Victory, however, is only halfway to order. A world can be won and yet remain undefined, and undefined worlds breed new quarrels. The gods convened to divide the realms not by arbitrary preference, but by a process that could claim fairness before all time. They cast lots. In the widely repeated tradition, the sky and the sovereignty of weather fell to Zeus, the sea and all its swaying disciplines to Poseidon, the underworld where the dead keep their households' remembered bonds in shadow to Hades. Many accounts add that the earth and Olympus were common to all, a way of signaling that, though domains differ, stewardship of the shared ground connects every power. This arrangement matters not for metaphysical tidiness, but because it captured something Greek listeners knew from their political lives. Disputes are least dangerous when shares are agreed and enforced. The new order did not erase the scars of war. Caves that had opened in anger did not close neatly. Islands heaved up by Poseidon's staff continued to change currents for generations. And on the plains where volleys had fallen, people in later ages would point to boulders and call them the stones of the 100-handers. Still, for the first time since Gaia groaned under Uranus's fear, stability took root. The gods built households on Olympus. They could now feast together, not as conspirators or beleaguered comrades, but as a council that had proved its right to govern. Messengers traveled the world with news that sacrifices had order again, that oaths would hold or else make those who broke them wish they had not, that strangers could again trust the signs of hospitality without scanning the rafters for sudden knives. Yet the story of beginnings rarely moves in a straight line toward calm. Many tellings add what feels like an inevitable reply from the old powers when new order is declared. On some readings, Gaia, grieving the Titan's imprisonment and angered by the treatment of her children, even if they had terrified the daylight world, turned her power to one last effort to dislodge the Olympians. From the depths with Tartarus as consort, she brought forth a being vast enough to embody the world's remaining reluctance to be governed. Sources name him Typhon or Typhorus, and descriptions vary. One strand speaks of 100 serpent heads rising from a torso, voices that mimic the sounds of animals and the babble of strangers. Other accounts imagine shoulders that touch the stars while feet crush mountains. However pictured, he is not merely a monster of size. He is resistance given elemental form, the hot wind that scorches crops, the sudden ash-dark noon when a mountain breaks open, the panic in herds before an earthquake. The first encounter between Zeus and Typhon in later retellings hints at how fragile victory can be if complacency follows triumph. There are versions, likely later elaborations, that describe Zeus surprised and briefly unstrung, his sinews cut and hidden in a cave while the world shudders under Typhon's stride. Help comes in these tales from quick-thinking companions. Hermes, a natural rescuer given his boundary-crossing genius, and rustic Pan, whose sudden shout scatters the unprepared. Whether one accepts these adornments as early or as instructive additions, the point is steady. Rule must continually prove itself not only on battlefields, but in the hour when fortune seems to turn its face away. Zeus regains his strength and does not merely return the world to its prior balance. He demonstrates that the order won in the Titanomachy can also defeat the kind of threat that does not negotiate. And when the final contest comes, it is waged in places whose later reputations keep faith with the memory of upheaval. Some sources place the struggle in the Cilician landscape near Mount Cassios. Others connect it to volcanic Sicily and the vault beneath Etna. The convergence of sites suggests a pattern. Communities linked unusual mountains, hot springs, and earthquakes to the story of Typhon's subdual, making geology into a memory theater. Zeus hurls the thunderbolt not as a tantrum, but as an answer to an inhuman refusal of share. Mountains split, rivers reverse, the sea heaves as if remembering the days before shores had names. Typhon is forced back, at last pinned beneath the earth in locales where the ground still mutters. When Etna coughs fire or the sea seethes unseasonably, people said it was the captive's anger leaking through stone. That way of telling may not assert science, but it honors a truth about memory. We mark the land with our stories so that the land can help us remember what we learned at cost. In the silence after, a different sound takes over. The steadier rhythm of governance. The gods will sit in council. They will host feasts where ambrosia and conversation alternate. They will travel to sanctuaries and accept the gratitude of mortals who believe that offerings keep gratitude tangible. The fates, older than any throne, will make their presence unmistakable, not to limit Zeus's rule, but to define its scope. Hospitality will be enforced with stories that show the rewards of generosity and the penalties of contempt. The seasons will resume their breathing, but the very success of establishing order invites its own set of questions. Who speaks first at the table? How are disputes among the powerful settled without reopening the old wounds? Which gifts do gods grant freely, and which must be asked with the right combination of reverence and courage? Answers to those questions will not come in a single pronouncement. They will be discovered in practice, in the way a city learns the uses of its own laws by living with them. A world that has survived 2 revolts, one against a father who feared any rival, another from the earth's deep center against a heaven that dared to impose shares, now stands ready to see what peace actually demands of the powerful. The smoke of Typhon's defeat thins. Along the ridges of Olympus, foundations are laid for halls that will host deliberation, quarrel, and laughter. The rivers settle into their banks. Sailors test the winds and trust again the trident's governance. Farmers watch the grain for the first signs of fullness, hoping that Demeter's favor holds steady. And yet, as this new order reached the plateau it had fought to win, a subtler challenge began to show itself. The task of living with victory, of converting they gathered at first with the wary courtesy of victors, the way allies find themselves suddenly responsible for more than survival, and then habit did what habit always does. It taught a rhythm. On the heights of Olympus, halls rose whose pillars seemed to echo cliff and cloud. Fires were tended, thresholds were marked, seats were assigned not only by strength but by the work each god had learned in the war just ended. The distinction matters. Victory shows who can conquer, governance reveals who can keep. Zeus presided with the kind of authority that needs no shout, a center of stillness around which other voices could be heard. Beside him stood Themis, custom made vivid, whose presence reminded every counselor that law is not invention but recognition of a pattern older than any throne. When disputes came, she named the lines that had always been there and invited the powerful to step within them. The court's daily life was made of ceremonies as much as conversations. Ambrosia and nectar are called the food and drink of the gods not to exoticize diet, but to make a point. Those who bear responsibility must also practice renewal. Hebe, youth personified, poured for the company while the hall was still learning the names of its routines. Later sources add the Trojan Ganymede as cupbearer, a role that, depending on the city telling the story, could imply Zeus's favor extended to chosen mortals and their lineages. At minimum, it shows how myth welcomed prestige claims into the courtly frame. The great table was not merely a feast, it was the institution by which order was rehearsed. Who sat where mattered because proximity creates influence. Who spoke in which turn mattered because law rests on the dignity of listening as much as on the muscle of decree. Messengers moved between court and world. Iris, whose path is the multicolored bow after rain, made the sky itself into a letter. When she departed the hall on an errand, the air's brightness seemed to remember her route. Hermes took the paths that do not exist until someone walks them, along shepherds' tracks over high passes, down to river mouths where sailors lit signal fires, through city gates where elders debated the training of their sons. He spoke every dialect and knew how to match gravity to audience, and when a message demanded discretion, he moved with the light step that leaves dust undisturbed. Between them, the gods were never out of touch with their worshippers' troubles or their own law's consequences. If the court had a face for endurance, it was Hestia. Her hearth was both literal and emblematic. Every house in every city kept a fire whose continuity was an index of the family's life. The flame at the city's center held the same relation to the city's fortunes. To light one's home from the civic hearth was to declare allegiance not to a ruler's whim, but to a shared story. When ships were sent to found colonies on distant shores, a coal from the mother city's fire was carried in a safe vessel, and when it took, a new center glowed into being without severing the old bond. In the hall of Olympus, Hestia's silent steadiness kept the daily from dissolving into the merely routine. Apollo and the Muses furnished a different kind of necessity, the medium by which memory could be disciplined into history and vow into song. Where order is new, stories must be told in ways that reinforce the good and restrain the dangerous appetites that remain. The Muses' names, Calliope and her sisters, were not decorations to pad a poet's line. They were a way of dividing the labors of inspiration so that no aspect of communal life would be starved of art. Hymns taught the names of benefactors, paeans rehearsed gratitude. Laments gave shape to loss so it would not sour into lawless rage. Apollo presided over this education with the poise of one who knows that rhythm and rule are kin. His bow was as central as his lyre, a twin sign that warning and comfort are both duties of a steward. Justice received a face as stern as it was fair. Nemesis was not jealousy in divine dress, but the balance that rescues measure from arrogance. And when a man took more than his share and taunted the poor with his abundance, stories of Nemesis reminded listeners that the world is not infinitely patient. The word the Greeks used for hubris, more than pride, the delight in overstepping, found its antidote in her. She moved without bluster. Her power lay in the way consequences could arrive so fittingly that even the offender had to acknowledge the appropriateness. Where Nemesis corrected excess, justice as a civic habit, kept ongoing peace. With Themis she formed the hinge between cosmic order and daily law. Their presence in council made Olympus less a battlefield's after party and more a school for rule. The fates sat apart and together. To name them was to concede that even gods inhabit a circle they did not draw. Clotho spun, Lachesis assigned, Atropos cut. What they governed was not a cruel determinism, but the common sense embedded in seasons and limits. A vine needs its span, a life its arc, and both fail if greed demands more than the pattern will bear. Zeus himself honored them. To imagine otherwise would have dragged his sovereignty into the caricature of a tyrant who thinks wanting makes things so. The oath by the waters of Styx, now fully established as the court's absolute boundary, acknowledged the same truth. Promises carry power because they align speech with a moral tide stronger than personal mood. Any god who broke such an oath would pay the penalty remembered in the old verses. 9 years cut off from nectar, ambrosia, and counsel, only then restored to their seat. Around these anchors, life filled in with the textures that make even splendor feel human. Hephaestus built chairs that seemed to respond to the sitter's will, a plausible marvel given the lore of divine automatons that already haunted epic song. In later Thales, his work captures tricksterish humor, a net sprung over unfaithful lovers, chains that glow with craft. But his central significance lies in showing that artifice is not opposed to piety. When a plough works better because its iron is truer, the god of the forge has blessed the field. When a city hangs bronze on its gates so that evening light makes it seem warmer than stone should be, Hephaestus has taught the town to value beauty as a kind of truth. Aphrodite's presence softened edges and made peace more than fear of penalty. She did not nullify nemesis, she made it less often necessary. Her girdle, poets picture it as a band that can be lent, did not manipulate minds so much as remind them of what affinity can accomplish. Treat a guest well and affection may turn rivalry into alliance. Treat a spouse with courtesy and the home learns abundance that no warehouse can stock. It was understood that her gifts could be misused. Desire can be cruel as well as tender, but to deny her place would have been to deny the way families, and by extension cities, endure. Athena and Ares represented, in daily balance, the arguments any polity holds within itself about force. Ares was the surge, the drumbeat that compels the line to advance when the body would prefer to hide. Athena was counsel and craft, strategy and the disciplined hand that knows precisely when to hold and when to strike. If a city raised its children on both stories, it was not indecisive. It was preparing itself for the times when courage must be fierce, and the times when ferocity would ruin what courage has won. Athena's aegis, fringed with a terror that froze ill intent, and Ares's spear, bright with confidence, were reminders that power must be felt to be believed and that the feeling should be directed. Everyday law made its claims too, the right of supplication, the ritual by which a desperate person could clasp a shrine or a ruler's knees and demand hearing was enforced. That right implied an admission. No court is truly just if it cannot be interrupted by a cry from the edge. Zeus's epithets as protector of suppliants and guests, Hyxios, Zenios, were not stylistic flourishes, they were policy. Travelers moved through the Greek world along lines of hospitality as real as roads. To offend a guest was to call down the disfavor of a community's patron. To prey upon strangers was to stain one's own hearth. In many local traditions, tales circulated of gods walking among mortals in humble guise, testing households the way weather tests roofs. Some of those tales took written form in later centuries. Others lived only as proverbs and warnings. The moral was constant. How you treat the one who cannot punish you is how the gods will treat you when you cannot help yourself. Councils proceeded with dignified ritual, but quarrels still came, because order does not erase temperament. Hera's dignity, invaluable for settling disputes among rivals, could turn sharp when personal slights were dressed as policy. Zeus's poise could look like distance to those who wanted their grievances not only heard but avenged. Artemis kept apart, guardian of wild places and the innocence of young creatures, and her severity toward those who offended her code, careless hunters, braggart kings, could surprise those who mistook gentleness for softness. Dionysus, arriving later than most to the table in many traditions, brought with him both danger and healing. The truth that ecstasy can break the crust of stale custom, and that communities must learn how to host joy without letting it dissolve their bones. These differences did not weaken the court, they gave it realism. A city that expects all temperaments to look the same is a city preparing for purge. Olympus practiced instead the harder art of harmonizing dissimilar strengths under a law that does not ask character to vanish. Symbols accumulated around the gods, the way flags gather meanings with each battle. Zeus's thunderbolt was not just a weapon, but the punctuation in the world's sentences. His scepter was the staff that separated judgment from whim. Athena's spear and shield announced that reason in armor is the cornerstone of secure peace. Poseidon's trident reasserted his command of a medium that can be both road and ruin. Hermes's caduceus, the staff around which serpents twine in amicable balance, suggested that negotiation can make even wary powers hold their heads close. Apollo's laurel showed triumph disciplined into art. Artemis's new moon and silvered bow taught patience. Demeter's sheaf and Hestia's flame made prosperity elegant. These were not mere emblems, they were public pedagogy, a way of teaching mortals what kinds of excellence each god patronized so that supplications could find the right door. The seasons, after war and upheaval, began to behave again as teachers said they should, but their reliability depended on more than weather. Festivals ordered the year into expectation and gratitude. In spring, some cities processed along fields' edges, singing to the boundary stones not because stone can hear, but because people can. To circle a field is to say, this is ours to tend and share. In high summer, rituals cooled tempers when heat and thirst made quarrels easy. In harvest time, offerings to Demeter did not bribe the soil. They reminded communities that no one feasts alone without someone somewhere going hungry. Winter's slower pace gave space for myth to stretch itself. On long nights the stories grew rich, and young listeners learned how the world had avoided chaos not because the gods are flawless, but because they learned to fit their powers to an order larger than any one will. Against this backdrop, certain patterns announced themselves as the court's unwritten constitution. First, oaths mean what they say when sworn by the right witnesses. Second, gifts create bonds that cannot be denied without cost. Third, boundaries of land, of roles, of appetite are worth honoring not because they restrict freedom, but because they make it durable. When disputes arose, as between cities over pasture or between households over dowry, judgment followed those lines, and Olympus intervened not to humiliate but to restore. Iris might carry a reminder that the agreement made last spring still holds. Hermes might quietly smooth a negotiation by suggesting a face-saving compromise. Athene might teach a new way to share a well without mud. Apollo might soften tempers with a hymn, not as charm but as recollection of what matters. In such ways, the high court's life was felt along harbors and hill villages, river fords and market squares. None of this removed tragedy from the world. The Erinyes, the Furies, had not retired, they merely kept to their appointed work. When kin blood was spilled, they rose from the earth's darker seams, not as monsters, but as strict reminders that some lines cannot be crossed without awakening the very law under one's feet. Later stories imagine cities moving judgment from private revenge to a court's deliberation, placating the Furies by giving them a seat and a name as protectors of justified claim. Whether one takes those tales as historical memory turned to myth or as myth instructing practice, they carry a lesson the Greeks deemed worth repeating. Order becomes more human when it can absorb the darkest necessities into ritual and law. As Olympus matured, each god's domain clarified not only by emblem but by practice. Sailors learned which wines to ask of Poseidon and which to avoid. Farmers knew when to pray to Zeus for rain and when to plan for drought. Craftsmen invoked Athene's hand when plans needed subtlety. Lovers feared and honored Aphrodite's power because they had seen what households look like when desire either reigns alone or is starved to fury. What held it all together was not a single text or decree, but 1,000 acts of recognition, each small but resilient. The court's law became a culture, and culture is what survives when memory fails. Everything seemed for a season to have found its place. The gods sat more easily, the sanctuaries thrummed with orderly joy, ships came and went with fewer disasters than old men remembered. Infants slept in houses where the hearth never went cold, and yet every order once established encounters the question that only time can pose. Can your justice answer grief, not in speeches but in seasons? The next test would not arrive as an army at the gate, nor as a beast from a fissure. It would come as a silence in fields where songs should rise, as a mother who stops eating and a globe that holds its breath with her. It would come as a flower opening at the wrong moment, and a hand from below, and a cry that no one on Olympus would fail to hear. And as the muses fell quiet and Hestia's flame seemed to lean toward the earth in concern, it was clear that the hall had reached the end of its calm instruction and the beginning of a lesson far harder. Whether even well-made law can comfort a heart undone. And yet, as Olympus reached this new height of settled order, a greater challenge was already rising from it. It would come as a silence in fields where songs should rise, as a mother who stops eating and a globe that holds its breath with her. On a meadow's edge, when the weather had just turned sweet enough to tempt the unwary into forgetting how quickly delight can become danger, a flower opened. The old hymn says it was unlike any other, a Narcissus conjured by Gaia at Zeus's will to please the Lord below. In some later tellings, the earth acts on her own, but the hymn to Demeter is plain that Zeus authorized the gift. Whatever the intention's subtleties, the effect was the same. Persephone, Kore, the maiden, reached for the marvel, and the ground answered not with soil but with a seam that widened into a chasm. Out of it surged Hades in a chariot drawn by immortal horses, and in a single movement practiced as law in his domain, he gathered the astonished girl and turned the team back into the darkness. Not all witnesses were powerless. Hecate, who keeps company with thresholds, heard the cry. Helios, who sees all things from his luminous path, observed what others missed. These details matter because they reflect how the Greeks imagined knowledge dispersed through the world. The one who patrols crossings knows what happens in sudden choices. The one who crosses the sky perceives what those below cannot. When Demeter discovered her daughter missing, she lit torches and set out 9 days and nights, says the hymn, without tasting ambrosia or water, asking every being that might have seen. On the 10th, Hecate brought her to Helios, and the sun told what he had witnessed. Hades took the girl, and Zeus consented. Consent here names a political fact in heaven. The lord of the underworld is no rebel in his seizure. He acts under permission. This could imply an expectation that the household of the dead deserved a queen, or a calculation that a marriage into Zeus's own family would lend that realm a recognized dignity. Based on what we know of archaic marriage customs, arrangements forged between households by guardians rather than by individual choice, the tale likely mirrors the ambivalence of alliances that secure order at the cost of a mother's joy. The hymn does not accuse, it narrates grief and lets the consequences speak. Grief first takes the form of refusal. Demeter withdraws from the council and wanders the world disguised, making herself a stranger in a land where strangers always test the hospitality of those who meet them. The path brings her to Eleusis, to the household of King Celeus and Queen Metaneira, where their daughters find the quiet woman by a well and invite her home. She calls herself a nurse in need of work. Such scenes were familiar to listeners. Households hired wet nurses and tutors, and cities praised the generosity that recognized need. The queen accepts the woman and entrusts to her a child, Demophon in one strand, Triptolemus in another, hoping careful tending will make him strong. What follows, depending on the strand a singer follows, converges on a single meaning. Goddess and mortals almost meet without wound. In the Demophon version preserved in the hymn, Demeter, still unrecognized, anoints the child with ambrosia by day and by night places him in the fire to burn away the mortal that would limit him. An agelessness ritual broken when Metaneira, discovering it, cries out in fear and love. The cry shatters the chants. Demeter draws the child from the flame, reveals herself in the hall's astonishment, and declares that, since immortality has been denied, a different gift will be given. In the Triptolemus variant, attested in later sources and local cult, she instructs the youth in agriculture, equips him for travel in a serpent-drawn car, and sends him to teach sowing and reaping to the world's peoples. These strands need not cancel. One imagines the wish to escape death, the other acknowledges the wiser mastery of the seasons that frame mortal life. Demeter then asks the people of Eleusis to build her a temple and an altar above the Callicoron well. When they do, she withdraws into that sanctuary and sits, and the earth answers her stillness with stillness of its own. Grain refuses to rise, flowers dwindle to mere color, herds butt at empty troughs. We should be careful not to reduce this to anger alone. The hymn suggests something deeper. When life's rhythms are violated, the powers that oversee them can refuse to collaborate with disorder. Demeter is not punishing the innocent. She is withholding her consent from a world that asks a mother to celebrate a bargain she did not make. The gods feel the consequences not as hurt pride, but as empty altars. With no harvest, there are no offerings. Without offerings, the rivers of gratitude that carry mortals' voices to Olympus fall to pebbles. Zeus finally sends Iris to summon Demeter back to council. The message is courteous but firm. Return and accept what the world requires. Demeter refuses. Other gods come with gifts, honors, and splendid signs, but her answer is steady. Make me whole, or the world will not be fed. The Ampas, like most Ampases, clarifies. Zeus dispatches Hermes to the underworld to negotiate. Hermes is right for the task not only because he crosses boundaries, but because he knows how to speak in a register that respects the dignity of the one addressed without conceding the key point. He finds Persephone already fitted to a throne, a queen by presence as much as by circumstance, and he conveys the purpose. Demeter's grief threatens the world. Return the daughter and restore the balance that marriages should protect, not destroy. Hades in this account does not rage. He argues. He names his honor and his right, and he treats Persephone not as a mere possession but as a partner whose stature cannot be denied. But he also acts with calculation. Before he sends her up, he offers her a pomegranate seed, sometimes a few, sometimes more, depending on the teller. The meaning is constant. To eat food in the underworld is to accept the bond of its household. Whether Persephone eats in innocence or with a dawning sense of what the fruit binds is left open, the ambiguity lets later ages explore responsibility and consent from different angles. The fact is simple. When Hermes leads her up and Demeter embraces her daughter on the plain, the joy is marked by a condition. Rhea, elder among goddesses, is sent, in the hymn's version, to reconcile mother and brother and son with terms that save the world without unmaking the underworld's dignity. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades and part with her mother. The hymn specifies a third of the year below. Later sources shift the proportion, with 6 months becoming common in some regions. The shape of the year is the point. A return and departure, fullness and lean, the coming and going of color in fields. From this accord flow institutions Greek cities guarded as carefully as any law. At Demeter's request, rites are established at Eleusis. A sequence of secret acts and spoken formulas initiates later called the mysteries. We must be precise about what we know and what we infer. The hymn gestures to rites without detail. Evidence from subsequent centuries, inscriptions, hints in tragedy and philosophy, suggests fasting, a great procession from Athens to Eleusis, the carrying of sacred objects in baskets, the drinking of a barley and mint potion, the Kykeon, and a climactic vision in the great hall, the Telesterion, near the Anaktoron where the most sacred objects were kept. Based on what we know, the promise was not exemption from death, but a kinder lot after it. A comfort for the living who learned that the turning of seasons is not a loop of meaninglessness, but a pledge that loss can be a condition of renewal. The mysteries did not contradict civic cult. They completed it, giving private assurance to what public festivals proclaimed in the open. In gratitude for Eleusis' hospitality and as reparation for what could not be returned, Demeter gives agriculture to humankind not as a trick, but as a civilizing art. She teaches which grains suit which soils, how to let fields rest so exhaustion does not strangle tomorrow's hope, how to store against winter without turning prudence into hoarding. In many tellings she sends Triptolemus to carry this knowledge beyond Attica. In others, local heroes take credit for local techniques. Either way, the story binds grain to gratitude. Bread becomes a theology. A seed hides, rises, is cut down for the sake of life, then sown again. People who learn to read this cycle see their own griefs differently, not diminished but given place. Persephone's new status also changes how communities speak of justice. She is no longer simply a daughter. She is queen of the realm where the laws of return and limit are the only constants. When heroes later descend, Heracles for a task, Orpheus for a longing, she is often the presence that makes negotiation possible. This could imply a memory that one who has been taken, then restored in part, judges with a mercy sharpened by experience. At minimum, it signals that the underworld is not merely a place of punishment. It is governed, where appeal and judgment travel on known roads. The bargain remakes Olympus as well. Zeus's consent is not erased by the settlement. It is framed by it. The court has learned that law cannot simply speak in favor of sovereignty. It must listen when a mother refuses to collaborate with a world that asks her to celebrate a loss. Demeter returns to council, but not as before. She returns as patron of a mystery that reminds her colleagues that governance reaches its limit where grief begins. Hestia's flame burns as steadily as ever, but now those who look into it see not only warmth and continuity, but the glow of a lesson. Keep faith with the rhythm that gives fullness its humble companion, absence. Cities, taking their cues from the story, build festivals that mirror the arc. In autumn, the Thesmophoria honors Demeter and Persephone with rites led by women, rites that, according to later sources, included withdrawing to a hill, fasting and recovering from pits, Megara, the remains of piglets sacrificed earlier, remains mixed with seed to sanctify fertility. Explanations for details vary among scholars, but the core is clear. The community entrusts women, whose bodies already teach cyclical time, with ceremonies that root the city's future in patient continuity. The story of a mother and a daughter becomes a public school in how to accept the return of cold, without believing that cold has the last word. Even the geography of the telling shows how widely the lesson traveled. Meadows near Nisa or near Enna in Sicily claim the abduction. Caves at Eleusis and at Cape Matapan claim entrances to the underworld. Groves in Arcadia keep the memory of torches raised by night. The multiplicity does not discredit the story, it advertises its reach. Communities, encountering grief and return in their own fields, placed the drama where their children could see it and ask questions. Variant numbers of pomegranate seeds serve the same function. They let each place graft its climate and crops onto the divine pattern without pretending that only one valley deserves the goddess's glance. What then has been secured? Not the abolition of winter, not a rule that spares mothers all surprises. What has been won is a way of inhabiting the unavoidable. The gods have recognized that certain kinds of consent must be earned, not assumed. Mortals have received a covenant with grain that makes cities possible. And Persephone herself, no longer a maiden alone, embodies the knowledge that order must incorporate thresholds, that up and down are parts of a single grammar. When Demeter returns to the halls, her seat is both the same and not. She can smile again, but the smile carries memory. Those who have suffered and found a path through do not speak as they did before. Shadows linger even after resolution. Regions remember years when balance felt off. A wet spring rotting seed, a dry harvest stripping the pantry. Priests and farmers debate whether Persephone ate more seeds than the usual tale allows, or whether some hidden offense has made the gods slow to bless. These murmurs are not faithless. They are the unending work of holding order steady with attention. A well-made law requires custodians as much as authors. Initiates returning from their night of vision carry not scorn for the uninitiated but patience for fear, and a vow to live as if the pattern may be trusted through the next dark. On Olympus, the lesson sits among the others. First, fear is conquered when the devouring of heirs ends. Next, inhuman refusal of share is broken by measured strength. And now, some victories arrive only when power bows to grief and lets grief set terms. The court will apply this learning in cases yet to arrive. Supplicants will be heard with new care. Oaths will be sworn with more attention to the hearts they bind. And Demeter, though her gaze returns to fields and threshing floors, will never stop watching the horizon for a figure with a lamp in daylight, because she knows that sometimes the one who needs help travels at the wrong hour. He has already shaped how offerings are arranged on altars. He will soon steal a spark that cannot be returned. The figure waiting at the edge of the council's light is Prometheus, son of the Titan Iapetus and the Oceanid Clymene in the genealogy most commonly recited, a being whose name the Greeks themselves heard as forethought. His brother Epimetheus, afterthought, stands nearby in later chapters to give the contrast a moral point. Prometheus seizes the gods' attention first not by defiance, but by a negotiation about how mortals will honor Olympus, explicitly placed by Hesiod at Mecone, a site some later identify with Sicyon, where an ox is slain and divided so that the pattern of sacrifice will be binding thereafter. The division is the kind of riddle sages savor. On one platter, white bones gleam beneath a wrapping of glistening fat. On the other, red meat is hidden under a rough, unlovely stomach. Which pleases the eye is not what nourishes the body. A Prometheus, who knows that ritual often becomes habit, invites Zeus to choose. When Zeus selects the shining package and finds bones, story and custom are set in place at once. Mortals will burn to the gods the white bones swaddled in fat, sending fragrant smoke upward, and keep for themselves the meat that sustains life. Hesiod's telling implies Zeus understood the slight yet allowed it to stand so that Prometheus's stratagem and its consequences would be fully revealed. However one reads Zeus's role, whether he is truly deceived in the moment or allows the slight to stand so that the new order will expose Prometheus's dangerous cleverness, the result is the same. A boundary has been redrawn in mortals' favor, and Zeus answers not with a counter-riddle but with a withdrawal. He withholds fire. Without fire, human beings have meat but no means to cook, ore but no means to smelt, clay but no kiln, darkness but no lamp. The world becomes immediate again, stripped of the arts that multiply reach. This retaliation is not petty. It is a teacher's rebuke. If a lesser being clever, yes, but still under law plays at rearranging shares, the king will remind him who names the conditions on which culture depends. A Prometheus will not accept that lesson. He watches the rites at dusk, notes how night takes a village all at once when the coals are allowed to die, and answers with theft. In the version favored by Hesiod, theogony and echoed in Works and Days, he slips into the precinct where lightning has fallen, and sheltering a brand in the pith of a fennel stalk so it will glow without smoke, carries it back to mortals. In other strands, he snatches a spark from Hephaestus's forge itself. The differences need not be fought over. Whether the spark comes from sky or anvil, the meaning holds. A power that ought to be approached by supplication and gift is carried as contraband into human hands. With it, homes brightened after sundown, pots boiled, iron and bronze became more than color, craftsmen learned to harden and temper, and the boundary between night beasts and the circle of the hearth's light moved outward. Zeus's reply is measured, and it is comprehensive. He does not merely take back the spark. Such theft cannot be undone by confiscation alone. He chooses to discipline both the champion and the recipients. Prometheus is seized and bound to a pillar or peak at the world's edge. Hesiod names the Caucasus, though other mountains, eager to claim the memory, put themselves forward. Chains that cannot be broken fasten wrist and ankle. Some poets add a wedge driven through the chest to emphasize how every breath becomes an assertion of endurance. Each day an eagle, Zeus's bird, descends to tear and eat the liver. Each night the organ renews, so that the punishment has no horizon of relief. Later tradition consistently adds that Heracles will one day pass that way and loose the chains by slaying the eagle, an outcome that keeps the punishment exemplary without making it eternal. It is a figure of unending consequence, the kind the Greeks' new audiences would remember, because it dramatizes the truth that some transgressions install penalties that feel as if they come fresh with each dawn. Mortals fare no better in the first turn of the king's strategy. If fire returns their evenings and their tools, it will also force them to learn that gifts carry costs that cannot be shifted onto benefactors alone. A beautiful evil, kalon kakon in Hesiod's phrase, is commissioned as a counterbalance, and Hephaestus is ordered to craft it. With clay and water, he shapes a being whose outline is human but whose finish captures the attention of every eye that falls upon her. Athena dresses her and teaches her the arts of weaving. Aphrodite lays a charm on her bearing so that even the cautious cannot help but think of companionship. Hermes puts into her speech a shrewdness that can flatter or sting, and into her mind a curiosity that makes closure as difficult as it is compelling. When she is presented, each god adds a gift. The name the poets make for her advertises that completeness: Pandora, all gifted. The gift is sent down not as a bride to Prometheus, he would have refused, but to Epimetheus, whose very name warns that lessons come to him after the moment to use them has passed. Prometheus had cautioned his brother not to accept a present from Zeus, but warnings grow faint when wrapped in charm. Epimetheus takes the woman into his house. Depending on the telling, a sealed jar accompanies her, a pithos heavy enough that two hands must work together to lift and tilt it. Later retellings say box, but the older word is pithos, a storage jar for grain, wine, or oil, the kind households relied on. To say that a jar sits in a house is to fold danger into familiarity, not to hide it in exotica. The next movement is one of those scenes that teach caution without ending wonder. The jar is not to be opened, or perhaps the command is more ambiguous. Do not open it now, do not open it alone, do not open it without cleansing first. Refusals that do not explain themselves invite the very act they forbid. Whether the impulse rises from boredom, fear, or a sense that understanding is worth a rule's risk, Pandora opens the lid. The world answers with a rush of what peoples everywhere recognize by different names. Sickness that moves without foot or wing, fatigue that settles where no labor deserves it, envy that eats even sweet meals as if they were bitter roots, age that bends backs into their own shadows, grief that will not be reasoned with, hunger that survives even after harvest. They are not punishments in the narrow sense, they are conditions. The story says they were held in check, not absent, sealed, not destroyed. When the lid lifts, these unseen guests learn the way to every threshold. Only one thing remains when the clang of the jar's rim against its mouth brings Pandora back to her senses. Elpis, hope, huddled under the lip. Even in antiquity, listeners argued about what it meant to leave hope inside rather than let it fly. Some said hope itself is a mischief, a deferral that keeps sufferers from accepting sober truth, and so it is mercifully contained. Others, and perhaps a gentler majority in civic practice, assumed the opposite. That hope is the one gift worth retaining, a companion that stays indoors when all other spirits have bolted for the roads, a keeper of the hearth's mood. Based on what we know of Greek ritual, the second reading fit festivals better. The first sharpened certain philosophers' warnings. The myth proves capacious enough to host both, which is part of why it endured. It accommodates the day you need hope and the day you mistrust it. Between Prometheus's rock and Pandora's jar, a pair of truths are set that will underwrite the rest of the story. First, that human cleverness, for all its beauty, is ambivalent. It wins marvels while dragging consequences behind them like long shadows. Second, that the gods, even when wise, may choose remedies whose lessons cut, and that living with those lessons becomes part of what mortals call virtue. If the earlier age taught about shares and justice among powers, this age teaches about limits and endurance among those who live with those powers' decisions. Prometheus's punishment, for all its severity, is not meant to be utterly without end. A tradition keeps a place far down the line for a hero who will pass by that wind-gnawed peak, draw a bow, and make the eagle's daily descent its last, breaking the cycle because his own labors have taught him a different obedience. The event belongs to a later chapter, but its rumor travels ahead because even the gods, who are not subject to time as mortals are, prefer their governance to be remembered as just. Prometheus himself, in some tellings, has not only stolen but also taught how to read the sky for weather, how to tame animals for plow and cart, how to count seasons and measure space, how to build houses that withstand wind. If these are later honors added by grateful craftsmen guilds and city councils, they still rest on the poem's core. He wanted mortals to live more as agents than as prey. Zeus wanted the same, but on terms that kept gratitude, not guile, as the axis of exchange. The friction between those aims is not a single story's invention. It is the very atmosphere of mythic time. Meanwhile, the world of men, Hesiod's blunt plural is deliberate, comes into focus not as a single race but as a sequence of ages, works and days. Golden, silver, bronze, an inserted heroic age and iron, each distinguished by what kind of metal its heart seems to be made of. The bard's catalogue will soon name a golden season without toil, a silver one spoiled by arrogance, a bronze one armed and harsh, a heroic interval in which valor preserves a few bright names from the general decline, and an iron presence so mixed that envy and justice share the same village street. This scheme does not oblige us to believe that actual centuries matched such clarity. It offers a way to feel history as moral weather. In the wake of Pandora's lifting of the lid, the age's pattern gives listeners a grammar to sort their grandparents' stories from their own disappointments. If we are in iron, the song says, do not be surprised that sickle and word both bite. But take care with your neighbors, plant on time, honor oaths, and perhaps some warmth of the golden will return in small radiances. A sacrifice, too, finds its permanent form in this era of teaching and loss. At Mecone, a single ox and a single choice fixed what every later procession rehearses. The smoking bones rise, and the fat that swaddles them carries fragrance into air. The meat returns to the tables of the community that offered it, turning worship into a meal that binds participants to one another as much as to the altar. Scholars argue, as scholars do, whether the tale explains the custom or the custom shaped the tale, but the logic, either way, is manifest. If the gods delight in honor more than in calories, then the mortals who keep the bones for heaven and the meat for earth are not cheating. They are acknowledging that their place in the order is to work, chew, bless, and go on. In the quieter hours after the first shock of Pandora's opening has become yesterday's story, families learn to speak differently to one another. Mothers teach daughters that curiosity must be yoked to trust, not as a silencing, but as a protection against being played by one's own desire to know. Fathers teach sons that a loyal hand is worth more than a bold boast in a feast hall. The eagle's shadow has a way of silencing those who confuse audacity with service. Elders teach the young the rituals that make grief survivable, how to wash a body, how to lay wreaths, when to wail, and when to sit in respectful quiet. If the narrative seems suddenly domestic compared to thunder and mountain splitting, that is precisely the point. Myth now tenderizes the sinew of daily living. The largest powers have set their terms. The excellence left to mortals lies in right practice under those terms, and in friendship, and in the prudence that knows when not to open lids. And yet Prometheus's riddle has not been exhausted. Fire once stolen is never merely borrowed. Each generation must learn again how to carry it without burning its own roofs. The kiln that hardens pottery can also harden the heart that controls poorer neighbors with the debt recording tablets those pots hold. The forge that arms a farmer sends his son to try glory on a field that will not know his name if he falls. The lamp that allows a scholar to read at night can also keep a liar's dice warm in a back room. The myth told in winter as stories asks listeners without scolding, what will you do with the fennel stalk's glow now that it belongs to your hearth as much as to heaven's? Back on Olympus, the council takes the measure of this new phase. Demeter's lesson about grief has folded into the routine. Zeus's lesson about shares has become a table's etiquette. The Styx oath still stands where it stood, but an edgier question lies under conversation. If mortals now possess arts that bring them nearer to gods in skill, if they build with plan, heal with herbs, calculate with stars, what happens when a mortal starts to think he deserves the worship that law reserves for Olympus? The line between gratitude and pride thins when a city builds walls so perfect that no raider can climb them, or when a king names himself sacker of city. The smoke of the first new sacrifices had barely learned its way into the air again when singers began to sort human time into textures rather than dates. The scheme they favored did not try to count years, it measured moods. There was a season they called golden, when the earth bore of itself and people neither sowed nor reaped, when age did not bow backs and death came like sleep, Hesiod's first age in works and days. Then silver, a softer metal with a flaw, a generation that lingered too long as children and forgot the honors due to heaven, Hesiod's second age. Bronze followed, hard, brazen-hearted, quick to quarrel, and after it an inserted heroic interlude, Hesiod's fourth, a time in which a few figures lifted their names above the general noise by courage and a measure of grace. Finally, iron, our nearness, in which envy walks the same street as justice, and a man cannot always tell by morning light which neighbor will keep a promise by dusk, Hesiod's fifth. Whether these ages ever aligned with any archaeologist's layers is beside the point. The song gave listeners a way to feel decline without surrendering to despair. Even in iron, you can choose to plant on time, to keep an oath, to speak gently when roughness is cheap. But the story did not leave the matter at a melancholy catalogue. It told of a correction as large as weather. In the years when law had grown brittle and hospitality was a word used to cloak predation, a king in Arcadia, Lycion in several accounts, Apollodorus. Later elaborated by Ovid, tested a visitor whose dignity should have been obvious. He set meat on the table that no guest should be asked to touch. Some strands say he mixed human flesh among the cuts as a kind of jape to see whether the stranger knew. The stranger knew. In an instant, the room's air turned too clear to breathe. The guest was Zeus. The host learned that feasts can be judgments. This tale can be heard as a local warning dressed in cosmic clothes, but its logic travels. When a community delights in mockery of the laws that keep it whole, the reproof may arrive as something more than a scolding. The reproof arrived as water. The sky unfastened and would not close. The sea forgot its shoreline and climbed. Where goats had learned a track, fish swam among tree branches. Where towns had kept a market, eddies counted that place rich in vortices. The word flood does not quite capture the mood of the mythic deluge. It is less an accident than an argument, a way of wiping a board clean so that the next lines can be written legibly. Upon one height a small boat rowed out the weeks, Deucalion, son of Prometheus and Pyrrha, daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, husband and wife whose piety the poets consistently praise. Their survival has the simplicity of a proverb. The ones who listen to counsel and keep reverence afloat endure when swagger sinks. When the waters thinned and a slope showed through, they landed at a place that different cities would later claim, Parnassus by one map, Thessaly by another. They sought an oracle for how to people a world scoured of neighbors. Most traditions place this at Themis's shrine near Delphi. The answer was a riddle that sounded at first like blasphemy. Throw the bones of your mother behind you, the mother understood as earth, and the bones as stones. It would take a certain kind of imagination to hear in that phrase the image that saves. Not the bones of the woman who bore you, but of the mother that bears all stones, the earth's bones. They lifted stones and cast them over their shoulders. The ones Deucalion threw changed into men. The ones Pyrrha threw took on the forms of women. Based on what we know of Greek etiologies, this kind of telling explains a custom and consoles a fear at once. People who have seen fields scoured and orchards uprooted could believe that a race can rise again from what looks like dead weight. They could also accept that new neighbors, however welcome, will not be without the roughness of their origin. We are all stone-born, the saying implies, hard to shape, durable, and in need of craft to live together. And from those first steps after the waters fell, lines of kin radiated outward into the stories that cities told about themselves. Thessaly's plains learned to speak of horses. Arcadia's uplands claimed the wildness of Pan. Athens, which remembered rocks that served perfectly as law's seat, traced a line to a king who sprung half earth, half man. The point is not to impose a single genealogy on a noisy chorus, but to notice how the chorus worked. Each place grafted its local climate and craft onto the great stem. Where a city valued cunning that served the commons, it hung Hermes's favors thick on its family tree. Where another prized endurance under oath, it placed Zeus's epithets near its founders' names. The gods had their seats, but the people learned to plant their own claims along the same ridge. Amid these renewals, one tale rose early as a kind of first lesson in heroic time. A child prophesied before birth, a father who fears the prophecy, a mother who becomes the way destiny chooses to be kind, and a youth whose courage teaches both gratitude and restraint. The place is Argos. The fearful man is Acrisius, king there, who hears that his daughter's son will end his line. He locks her away as if stone could slow fate, in a chamber of bronze that lets in light but stops men's feet, the subterranean chamber described in Apollodorus/Hyginus. Stories say Zeus visited Danae not as a knocking hand, but as a shower of gold, a consistent motif in the sources, signaling that the barrier a jealous father built could not keep out what the world itself desired to make. From that shimmering descent a child was conceived, and Acrisius, discovering what had happened, chose a house cleaner's solution that set law and love at odds. He placed his daughter and her infant into a chest and ordered it launched onto the sea. The gesture tells on him more than it endangers those two. A man who thinks the sea will do his killing for him has already confessed that he fears to look his judgment in the face. The sea, however, is not only danger. It is also Curia, the chest beached on Seriphos, an island where fishermen know the water's moods as well as any priest knows the smoke's. Dictys found them and lifted them out of the box as carefully as if the hinge were a spine. He raised the boy with the patience that sea work teaches, and the boy grew into a youth who did not boast, because he had learned from his mother that survival can be as much a gift as it is a skill. The island had, as islands do, a ruler who mistook power for entitlement. Polydectes desired Danae and sought a way to rid himself of a son who kept watch with a son's stubborn decency. He announced a feast at which each guest must bring a horse. The young man had no horse. Flushed by the shame that injustice lays upon the poor, he promised a gift no host could carry home, a Gorgon's head. A boast spoken to save face have a way of becoming vows. This one did because the gods took an interest in the kind of courage that defends without swagger. Hermes met the youth near a shore path and lent him winged sandals, and in some versions a curved blade. Athena, who hates nothing so much as force without aim, brought a shield polished so purely that it could serve as a mirror. With these came counsel. If you would cut the head of the one whose gaze turns limbs to stone, do not look at her directly. Look instead at the image, and trust your hand to do what your eyes are disciplined to teach it. The advice was less a trick than a style. To defeat horror, hold to clarity. To avoid petrifaction, let reflection mediate shock. It is the kind of counsel a city gives its jurors and a mother gives her child. Perseus, by now we can say the name, needed still more. The Gree, those grey sisters who share a single eye and tooth between them, kept the secret of the next steps, and he learned to steal their sight long enough to compel their directions without defacing their dignity. They told him where the nymphs kept treasures that mortals could not forge. The kibices, a special bag, the helm of Hades, cap of invisibility, and the harp or adamantine blade. Guided to the shore where Gorgons sleep on an island beyond familiar sails, he found them as travelers find reefs, dangerous when taken head-on, manageable when studied with patience. He turned the shield to his face and approached, and when the image showed the moment proper, he struck. From Medusa's neck sprang Pegasus and Chrysaor, a detail preserved in Hesiod and Apollodorus. The body's weight loosened as if it had been keeping the air tense around it, but even fallen, the head retained the power that had guarded it. He stowed it in the bag as if it were a firebrand and not a trophy, and turned to go. The return route is where courage proves whether it has learned anything besides its own reach. On a coast that different maps claim, Ethiopia in older songs, near Joppa in later localizations, he saw a young woman fixed to a rock as if a sea cliff had sprouted a vine and chosen to show it off. Chains glinted, a monster's swell broke nearer with each breath. The story, when asked to give names, says she was Andromeda, daughter of Cepheus and Cassiopeia, that her mother had boasted against the Nereids. That an oracle declared the boast must be paid for with a sacrifice. The scene is wretchedly familiar to people of any age. A community has made a mistake and proposes to pay its debt with the body of someone who did not sign the note. Perseus did not lecture the parents, nor did he preach to the crowd about the cruel arithmetic of scapegoating. He asked the terms and made a promise. If I free her, she will be my wife. They swore and he believed them, perhaps because he had learned the value of oaths from the shield's owner. Phineus, a betrothed kinsman in some sources, would later contest the marriage at the feast. When the sea sent up its creditor, a form so large the mind preferred to call it a shape rather than a being. Perseus did not waste motion. In some tellings he fights with blade and strategy. In others he lets the head do what it does and turns the creature's fury into rock. Either way, the point is not merely that he saves the girl, the sea beast Cetus in most tellings. It is that he does not linger to rake the parents with the smugness of the rescued. He insists on the marriage he has earned, defends the hall when a rival claims the bride by old arrangements, and leaves the coast with a companion who will not think of herself forever as an almost offering. Based on what we know about how myths tutor feelings, this part of the tale shows how rescue without respect sours into new danger. Rescue with vows made good becomes foundation. Back on Seriphos, he returns to find the same pressure that began the story, power prodding at decency. The head, used sparingly and with dread, answers the problem without opening a blood feud that would have ruined his foster family. As for Acrisius, the prophecy kept its long tether. The old man, hearing of his grandson's fame, fled. At athletic games at Larissa, a discus thrown in honest play veered from its course, and the wind, some would say the fates, carried it into a skull already fragile with years. Prophecies in Greek stories are careful about their verbs. They do not always say how, they say what. If a line must end, it will end, and the god who speaks the line need not lift a hand to make it so. Perseus, having fulfilled and survived what his birth promised, did not hold the head as a private instrument of power. He dedicated it to Athene, who set it upon her aegis, and in some traditions founded Mycenae. He dedicated it to Athene, who placed it on her aegis to freeze malice where advice cannot reach. He and Andromeda founded houses that would feed other Thales. Their children would draw threads between coasts. And the shield that had been a mirror would return to a wall where counsel is given, not blows. The first great lesson of hero time closed on a note the Greeks prized. Courage under guidance, vows kept, trophies surrendered to the common good. The next lesson would complicate that calm. Some strength strain against the harness even when the harness is just. For on a night when the hearth sat quiet, and plans for the next day's ploughing sounded like rain on leaves, another birth was being timed by two queens who do not speak to one another. Alcmene, known for prudence and care, lay in Thebes. Hera, whose dignity has never fully forgiven injuries to her honor, watched Olympus. And Zeus, who had learned in the Titan war how to weave consent, now tried to weave fate in a house's bed. He visited Alcmene in the likeness of her husband, a stratagem sources tell with a mix of awe and rebuke, and lengthened the night so that the seed of a strength unmatched could take root. When the real husband returned and the deception unraveled, a different kind of wrath began to gather. Hera persuaded Eileithyia and the Fates in some versions to delay Alcmene's labor and hasten the birth of Eurystheus, son of Esthenelus, a cunning that shows how even law can be petitioned by those who know its corners. A kinsman, Eurystheus, was born first, and thereby claimed a rule that would place him as master over the child we are speaking of. The child Heracles, glory of Hera, in a name whose irony time would soften, drew breath and drew danger with it. Snakes in a cradle is the image that survives, a pair sent to silence a prophecy before it could learn to stand. The infant's hands closed and the snake stopped moving, a line that singers loved because it made virtue look both effortless and necessary. But the easy victories do not teach what the hard ones do. Hera's enmity did not cut Heracles down, it pushed him toward the task that would define him. In a fit that is described with the same sober diction as storms and harvests, madness visited and left, he wronged those he loved most, and the only way back was through service. He went to Delphi and heard what he already feared. To be clean again, he must submit to labors set by Eurystheus, king at Turin/Argos, the very relative born early by Hera's intervention. It is a grim fairness, almost. The command sounded simple enough to those who had not tried to live inside it. Submit to labors set by another, and by doing what the world thinks impossible, repair what grief and rage have broken. Heracles took the yoke without pleading special terms. Eurystheus, installed at Turin's and Argos by the happenstance of birth hurried and delayed, became the judge who would say when enough had been done. If the earlier heroes had won their names by one decisive act, this one would learn to make atonement cumulative. The tasks did not arrive as a tidy list. They accumulated like weather, each taking the measure of a different weakness in men and in the lands they worked. The first learned him the difference between striking and solving. Above Nemea, sheep had become rumors and rumors had become fear. A lion roamed whose hide no spear could pierce. Heracles followed sign and broken brush into a cave that let out in two mouths. He blocked one, entered the other, and when the blow he first tried merely angered the beast, he did what anyone who had wrestled in a courtyard would recognize. He shifted his grip, found the throat, and did not let go until breath ceased. When he tried to flay the carcass with iron, the iron confessed its limits. He took a claw and used the lion's own edge to work the skin loose. If later storytellers tied the pelt to his shoulders as a permanent emblem, it is because audiences knew how often the tool for a problem lies inside the problem, when one has the patience to feel for it. Hydra in the marshes of Lerna taught him a second distinction, that some evils multiply when addressed with mere strength. Hesiod and Apollodorus placed the monster at Lerna. The serpent had many heads, 9 in common memory, more in some sources, one of which was immortal and not subject to death. Each time a head fell to the blade, 2 thrust up in its place. Heracles called for help. Iolaus, his nephew and charioteer, brought fire to cauterize the necks. They cut and cauterized, until only the immortal head remained. That one he crushed beneath a rock after severing it, a way of saying that some things cannot be slain but can be contained. He dipped his arrows in the black blood so that they would carry the marsh's truth with them, poison as consequence that does not forget. Hera, who sent a crab to nip at his foot during the fight, later memorialized among the stars as cancer, pressed the point that a labor completed with assistance should not count. Eurystheus agreed and struck this one from the official tally. Eurystheus agreed. The ledger would still have to reach 12. The Cyrenian hind with golden antlers and hooves of bronze taught a different lesson, speed restrained. The deer belonged to Artemis. To seize it would be sacrilege. Heracles pursued for a year by some count, through groves and over streams that old people later named when telling children why a river bends or why a hill is bare of trees. And when at last he closed the distance, he did not break what was not his. He caught the creature gently, and when Artemis and Apollo confronted him, explained his obligation. Depending on the teller, either Artemis relented at once or Apollo spoke on Heracles' behalf. Either way, the deer was shown and returned. A labor can sometimes be the work of not ruining what you have touched. The fourth trial ran by a mountain that gave its name to a wind, the Erymanthian boar. Heracles drove it from thicket to drift until snow slowed its charge and cooled its rage. He bound it and brought it down alive, the better for Eurystheus to shudder at the sight and hide in a jar, a king's habit of delegating courage to messengers made memorable by laughter. This labor brought with it a shadow deed whose consequences would work far ahead. On the way, Heracles ate at the cave of Pholus the centaur, a gentle host who opened a communal wine jar owned by all the centaurs. The scent brought the wilder kind. Arrows tipped in Lerna's venom flew. One struck Chiron, the wise and immortal centaur, who could not die of the wound yet could not live without pain. A later tradition ties Chiron's eventual release from immortality to Prometheus's liberation. Later tellers said that Heracles' journey would cross Chiron again when a different exchange, immortality for release, became possible. For now, the arrow's lesson stayed. Even victories leave splinters. Augeas, king of Elis, promised payment if Heracles could cleanse stables that had mocked labor for years. Apollodorus notes this as a side contract apart from Eurystheus. He diverted the rivers Alpheus and in some versions Peneus through the filth and gave the paddocks back to the sun. The city's lawyers wriggled where gratitude should have stood. Augeas reneged. Arbitrators declared against Heracles and banished him, and Eurystheus, who did not need an excuse but found one, refused to count the deed because payment had been sought. The audience learned two things at once: that wisdom often moves by rearranging flow rather than by adding muscle, and that some patrons use technicalities to keep hard work unacknowledged. The Stymphalian birds nested in a marsh and darkened the air with bronze beaks and feathers that sliced like blades. Heracles could not bring the ground to his feet. Athene furnished Crotala, rattles forged by Hephaestus, that set the air ringing until the flock rose. He shot many and scattered the rest. In a time that knew how noise can drive panic, this labor explained why drill and rhythm, even sound, are tools against fear. He went to Crete to subdue a bull that trampled fields, a beast sent by Poseidon for Minos to sacrifice and later spared, which in mythic causality becomes the sire of the Minotaur. Heracles seized its horns, wrestled, and brought it across the water. He did not slaughter it. He let it go, and it wandered east toward riddles that an Athenian youth would one day solve with a thread. The mares of Diomedes in Thrace came next, horses that ate flesh because their master had taught them to Apollodorus. Heracles turned teacher, fed Diomedes to his own stables, and learned that cruelties trained can be untrained at cost. Some versions add that his companion Abderus died at the horse's hooves. Heracles founded Abdera in his memory. The belt of Hippolyta, queen among Amazons, required more than force. At first, according to one strand, Hippolyta agreed to give the belt. Then Hera, unresolved in her anger, spread the rumor that Heracles meant to kidnap the queen. Spears flew, misunderstanding calcified, and blood answered the lie. Whether the belt was surrendered by consent or taken in the logic of combat, the tale preserved the bitter truth that good intent is often undone by the noise that gathers around it, and that a hero's hands are not immune to doing harm while doing duty. Cattle from the far west would require crossing a map that had not yet learned the scale of its edges. Gion lived on Erythea, the red island at the far west, Hesiod/Apollodorus. He was a giant with 3 bodies by some paintings, by others a mere emblem of triple strength. Orthrus, a two-headed dog, and the herdsman Eurytion guarded the stock. Heracles slew both before confronting Jason. On the way, the heat wore patience to a thread, and Heracles loosed an arrow at the chariot of Helios to make the point that even endurance has questions. Helios, amused or impressed, lent him a golden cup in which the sun sails each night. In that vessel Heracles crossed the ocean, then killed Jason at the mouth of the river Anthemus. Versions vary after dispatching Orthrus and Eurytion. He drove the cattle home, lifting stones at the straits to mark the farthest reach, the pillars of Heracles, so that sailors would have a name for fear's frontier. Apples from a garden at the world's shoulder required not muscle but understanding of weight. The Hesperides tended the trees. A coiled guardian, Ladon, shone like a river's surface in starlight. Heracles sought counsel, wresting information from Nereus the shape-changer, and walking a route that crossed the path of Antaeus, a son of earth who grew stronger each time his back touched soil. Heracles learned to lift such enemies off the ground and squeeze them in air where their mother could not whisper strength into them. He reached the garden and bargained with Atlas, the Titan's sentence to hold the sky. Ladon coiled around the tree as guardian in many accounts. "Take this burden a moment," he said, "and fetch me the apples." Atlas did and thought to keep the exchange permanent, but Heracles asked only that the bearer relieve him long enough to pad his shoulders. And when Atlas took the vault back, Heracles lifted the fruit and left. Cleverness here did not mock strength, it made it precise. The last labor demanded that he go where all roads end. He descended to the house of Hades with Hermes for a guide and Athena for a patron, because even a son of Zeus does not take such journeys without witnesses. He sought Cerberus, the hound with 3 heads and a tail that was more memory than fur. He asked permission rather than breaking and entering. Hades, who respects both rule and resolve, consented on condition that no iron be used and no edge wound the beast. Heracles wrestled the creature into compliance, brought it blinking into the upper air, and showed Eurystheus what service looks like when it obeys even the terms of an enemy. The king predictably hid again. The hound returned below, and the ledger finally balanced to 12, though only because 2 earlier acts had been struck from the count. Not all of Heracles' work sat inside the dozen. The road between labors became its own schooling. He came to a house in Thessaly where mourning had tied the tongues of servants. Admetus, the lord there, had insulted Artemis by a ritual error and was to die. Apollo, who had once served this same house in penance, persuaded the fates to allow a substitute. Only Alcestis, Admetus's wife, offered herself. Heracles arrived ignorant of the sorrow, ate like a worker, sang like a victorious traveler, and when he learned the truth, he found the beer and went after the one who removes warmth. He wrestled Thanatos and brought Alcestis back. The scene survived because it made strength look like kindness put into the arms, and because it mocked the idea that fate is always an excuse for laziness. His own wrongs still sent him into hard humiliations. In a quarrel that ended in the death of Iphitus, whether pushed from a wall or fallen by confusion, the stain returned. The oracle demanded a year of servitude to a foreign queen as cleansing. Omphale of Lydia received him. He wore women's dress in her hall and served for a set term, often a year or 3 in the sources. A tale told to remind proud sons that service is not a stain when freely chosen for right cause. He cleared monsters in that time too, slaying the thief Silius, subduing the Cercopes, and gave his club a holiday it did not resent. The end of his mortal span came not by spear cast in anger, but by a garment poisoned with misunderstanding. On a riverbank, the centaur Nessus offered Deianira, Heracles' wife, a ride. He attempted a crime. Heracles' arrow found him, and as Nessus died, he told the woman that his blood, already tainted with the Hydra's poison from the arrow, would be a charm to keep love steady. Based on what we know of stories that play on trust, this is precisely the kind of lie that lasts. Later, when years had taught Heracles to look too long at beauty, Deianira anointed a robe with that blood and sent it as a gift. When he put it on at a sacrifice, heat spread that no water could soothe. The poisoned arrows of Lerna had come round again by an old road. He understood. He ordered a pyre built on Mount Ota, and no friend would put torch to it until Philoctetes or peers, in some traditions, stepped forward to light it and received Heracles' bow as reward. A flame found timber. The part of Heracles that needs bread and sleep fell away. The part that knows table and law did not. The poets say, and here multiple traditions meet, that Zeus took his son's immortal share to Olympus. Hera's long enmity ended not in another trap, but in a reconciliation hammered into simplicity. Heracles married Hebe, the cupbearer, youth and refreshment made personal. This could imply that strength, purified by service and pain, is not at odds with grace. In shrines, worshippers remembered Heracles both as a god who shares feasts and as a protector of those who work beyond their ease. In stories, his club no longer broke skulls but expectations. It showed that the biggest arms in the room can be ruled by promises, and that endurance can become a blessing rather than merely a capacity. With Heracles ascended, and the air no longer thrumming with the noise of his labors, the world had room again for subtler craft to come forward. A youth in Athens would rethread local riddles into a single road, making a city out of scattered towns by the neat trick of walking the same path twice in opposite moods, once to claim it, once to claim it. On Iolcus's quay, an exiled prince would reach for a ship's rail and gather companions whose very names would turn into a list the schools would have children memorize. Orpheus, who can sing stones to tears, Atalanta, who runs faster than regret, twins who fight like parts of the same body, a helmsman who never misreads a star. A horned ram had left a trail of gold over the sea once, and a king kept the fleece as if keeping luck in a storeroom. To take it back would mean friendship and treachery, wedding and murder. Circuits through a youth in Athens would rethread local riddles into a single road, and an exiled prince on a northern quay would teach a ship to carry a chorus on its deck. These two strands, Theseus among the rocks of Attica, Jason among the channels of the Black Sea, do not cancel each other. They show how courage can be civic or sea-born, and how each kind must learn to keep its promises when applause fades. The air after Heracles' pyre had cooled was made for such work. The great single combats were a little quieter, and the world waited to see whether cunning yoked to justice could build a city as surely as a club had made a path. The first story begins not with a trumpet, but with a secret placed under a stone. Aegeus, king at Athens, journeyed to Troezen to consult Pythias, whose reputation for reading riddles had made his hall a school for anxious rulers. There he lay with Pythias's daughter, Aethra. Her sources remembered that on that same night she crossed to an islet at the god's bidding, so that Poseidon's claim to the child would sit beside Aegeus's. a double paternity that Greeks used to honor birth with both earth and sea. Before Aegeus sailed, he hid a sword and sandals beneath a heavy rock and told Aethra that when the boy could lift it, he should come to Athens by land bearing those tokens. Based on what we know of initiation motifs, this reads as a test of sinew and a lesson in patience. Strength must ripen before it can be trusted with a city's future. When the youth Theseus drew the sword and took the sandals, he chose the inland road, the dangerous route that met the sins of Attica in order. The stops along that way helped Athenians give names to the kinds of harm that a state must not ignore. He met Periphetes, the club man, and turned the murderer's own cudgel into a symbol that would later hang in temples as a reminder that blunt force can be sanctified only when it serves order. He faced Sinis the pine bender, who split travelers against trees and gave him his own method back. He killed the Crommyonian sow, some called it fear, and some took the sow to be a thief's nickname, because communities must master the appetite that tramples fields and stories. At the cliffs near Megara he dealt with Scion, who kicked guests into the sea. The water's edge is precisely where hospitality must be fierce. He wrestled Circean, who forced strangers to fight on his terms, and he outwitted Procrustes, who made beds that maimed the bodies that did not fit. Each encounter was a sermon without a pulpit. The road to a capital is clean when local tyrannies are broken. Athens received him warily. Aegeus did not recognize his son at once. Medea, who had found a harbor in Aegeus's tenderness after her own exile from Iolcus, understood the danger a named heir would pose to her position. She attempted to remove him, versions say, sending him against the Marathonian bull as a trap or poisoning a cup at a banquet. The sword under the knife's light told the truth. The cup was dashed down. Medea fled toward a future that would test Corinth. Father and son embraced, and Athenians learned that a city's safety may depend on the moment when a ruler listens to sign instead of rumor. The city, however, did not yet rest. A grief older than Theseus remained to be answered. Minos, king of Crete, held Athens to a tribute that no parent could speak lightly. In many accounts, every 9 years, 7 youths and 7 maidens sailed south to feed a compromise that should have shamed the island's cleverest builder. The labyrinth housed a violence with a proper name, the Minotaur, born of a chain of errors that began when a king spared a bull he had promised to sacrifice, and continued when a maker's art colluded with a queen's derangement. Whatever the layers of the tale, the effect in Athens was unendurable. Theseus volunteered to go with the third ship, not as an ornament but as a counterwager. Let one life choose to answer a debt that no life had signed for. Crete's harbor knew the sight of foreign grief, but it did not expect the particular grace that met Theseus there. Ariadne, Minos's daughter, saw him and felt the old stories awakening, the ones in which aid offered across borderlines turns violence on its heels. She promised help in exchange for a vow of marriage and escape. Daedalus, the mind behind the labyrinth's corridors, provided the method, a thread to be tied at the entrance and unwound to the center, then gathered as the youth returned by the very logic he had just made. The monster fell at the path's end, to a sword that knew what it owed the hand that carried it. Theseus led the other youths out into night air and onto the waiting boats. With Ariadne aboard, they put Crete's lights behind them. The story at this point breaks into variants worth marking. Some say Theseus abandoned Ariadne at Naxos while she slept. Others that Dionysus claimed her there, married her, and set her crown among the stars as the northern crown, Corona Borealis, turning an island of tears into a place where sorrow is shaped into endurance. Either way, wreath and thread pass from one tale to another, and Ariadne's name becomes a sign for how a city remembers the cost of its deliverance. The ships came within sight of Attica with a mistake still aboard. The black sails had not been exchanged for white. Aegeus had told his son to make that signal if fortune had smiled. He stood on the cliff and saw only grief. He threw himself into the sea that would bear his name. Some later minds thought these details hard on a careful youth, but the story does not accuse. It says what cities teach. Deliverance and loss sometimes arrive in the same harbor, and no law can be written that prevents all sorrow. Theseus entered the city as king not with triumph, but with new vows. His first work was not a new war, but a knitting together. The Cynocism later remembered as Theseus's unifying of Attica. Attica had been a cluster of towns, each with its pride and its boundary stones. Theseus persuaded them to accept a single council house, a Cynocism, so that disputes would be settled under one roof and tribute would not be doubled through fear. He established festivals that gave muscle to unity. The Pythagoreia would grow later under other hands, but the impulse began here: common processions, common songs, common honors to Athene. This could imply a lesson that Greeks took seriously. You make a people not by merely naming them, but by making their steps fall in time. He did not avoid the warrior's work when it called. The Amazons, a people the Greeks pictured as a mirror, women riding and fighting as men did, came into these stories as both fascination and test. In some versions, Theseus abducted their queen, Antiope or Hippolyta, and war followed into Attica. In more generous tellings, a treaty was forged after hard blows. A son, Hippolytus, was born of that union. His later fate, tangled with Phaedra's desire and a god's anger, would teach how fragile reputation becomes when passion and rumor mix. For now, the Amazon story placed on Athens' maps a set of grave and a memory that the city, too, could bleed. Theseus' friendship with Pirithous of the Lapiths drew him into a wedding that became a proverb. Centaurs drank beyond their limit, violence followed, and Theseus stood with his friend against guests turned enemies. The fight showed the city founder's hand steady in chaos, but the same friendship led the pair into a plan that reads like a warning against hubris dressed as gallantry. They swore to take daughters of Zeus as wives, Theseus aiming for Helen, whom he and Pirithous stole when she was yet unripe, and Pirithous, astonishingly, for Persephone herself. They descended to the underworld to try the second abduction. Hades, who negotiates but does not bend to ridicule, seated them on the chair of forgetfulness. Heracles, later passing on his way to fetch Cerberus, freed Theseus. Pirithous remained consistent with the standard tradition. The message is not obscure. Friendship can spur courage or folly, and some boundaries do not tolerate experiment. Theseus's end came far from the Pythagorean way he had helped fill with order. Lycomedes of Skyros, perhaps threatened by the weight of a name that would not go quiet, lured him to a height and pushed him. Plutarch preserves this version. The bones came home to Athens only in later days, when the city, struggling again for a center, thought to collect what had been scattered. Shrines rose, his story became a mirror. A people learns to tell its best self through a hero's deeds, then learns to correct that self by remembering where the hero misstepped. While Attica learned the patience of law under a man who cleaned roads before he claimed a throne, Another kind of test was being launched from Iolcus, a test of comradeship and navigation. Peleus, who had seized a crown not his, stood in fear of a sign he had heard. Beware the man with one sandal. It is the sort of omen that makes a tyrant watch the ground more than the faces of his kin. Jason, raised in hiding by the wise centaur Chiron after his father Aeson had been displaced, came down to the city a grown man and lost a sandal in the river Anoros while helping an old woman across. Hera in humble shape, say the poets, taking the measure of a candidate. When Jason arrived at the assembly, Peleus saw the barefoot heel and heard his heartbeat in his ears. Asked what he would do if warned to fear a single man, Jason answered as heroes must in halls where kings listen for slips. To send that man on an errand that completes what pride began. Peleus ordered the impossible delicately, sail to Colchis at the far end of the Black Sea and bring back the golden fleece. The fleece was no mere ornament. It bundled an older story of rescue and sacrifice, of a ram that had carried Phrixus and Hell from danger and been consecrated where Phrixus had landed. To bring it home would be to give Iolcus a mythic legitimacy it did not deserve, and Peleus hoped to keep Jason conveniently lost among foreign maps. The ship that took shape for the voyage was a first in more ways than one. Argus built her under Athena's eye, and a speaking beam from Dodona's oak became her counsel. She was called Argo, and the men who gathered to her benches were a catalogue that would plant itself in 100 schoolrooms. Heracles, for a time at least, before a side quest drew him away. Orpheus, whose singing could quiet oars into the measure that keeps arms from failing. Castor and Polydeuces, the Dioscuri, who fought like halves of a single lesson. Atalanta in some tellings, fast as a shore bird and steady under scorn. Calais and Zetes, sons of the north wind, and many more whose particular talents turn the deck into a reminder that cities themselves are ships of difference kept upright by common aim. They left after rites to Apollo, and the first landfall brought them among the Lemnian women. The story of that island, women who had killed their men, perhaps in fury at neglect, is told differently in different seasons. As warning against disdain, as flattery for male fear, as sympathy for loneliness. The Argonauts stayed too long for those back home who measure virtue by speed. The tale admitted both the humanity of the pause and the need to row on. At Cyzicus they received hospitality and, blown back by winds, fought in darkness against those same hosts, killing King Cyzicus by mistake. They raised a mound for him at dawn and learned that travel adds guilt you did not plan to carry. At the Bebrycians, Polydeuces boxed the giant Amycus, a bully who demanded matches of strangers. The just fist prevailed. Then came Phineus, the blind prophet plagued by harpies who snatched his food and spoiled what they did not steal. The sons of Boreas chased the winged thieves to the Strophades, and depending on the kindness of the Virtian, swore them to leave the old man in peace. Phineus gave the crew the best gift a traveler can receive: knowledge of the way through moving dangers. The Symplegades, the clashing rocks, guarded the Bosporus like jaws. Phineus taught them to release a dove first. If it passed with only tail feathers clipped, row with all your strength while Athene helps. The Argo did, and the rocks, having clashed once more, stilled thereafter, matching the common account. This sounds like an origin tale for a channel's calm, and it is that. It is also an ethic. Attest with a small risk, then commit with everything you have. Beyond the northern coast and into the Euxine, they reached Colchis, where Aeetes ruled and where the fleece hung beneath a sleepless dragon in a grove sacred to Ares. Jason presented himself not as a thief, but as a suitor for a prize, and the king smiled the thin smile of men who prefer their problems to be other men's. He set tasks that smelled of old rites. Yoke fire-breathing oxen, plough and sow a field with dragon's teeth, and rout the armed men who spring from the furrows. Help came in a form that Greek singers recognized both as boon and as trouble ahead. Medea, Aeetes' daughter, a priestess taught by her aunt Circe and dear to Hecate, saw the stranger and felt the pull of a story in which a woman's cleverness saves a man and costs her a home. She gave Jason a salve against flame, taught him to throw a stone among the sown warriors so they would turn on one another, and told him how to sing a serpent into drowsiness. The fleece came down under starlight, shimmering with a promise that could not survive the voyage. The return was not a straight line. Aeetes pursued. In some versions, Medea slowed him by a terrible calculus involving her brother Apsyrtus, either slain and dismembered to force a delay, or trapped and killed later with Jason's complicity. The songs are careful here to admit their discomfort. They do not ask the listener to cheer. The Argo's wake ran south along unfamiliar shores where storms carry rules of their own. They put in at Circe's island to be cleansed of blood. They passed the sirens, and Orpheus's song out sang the lure that breaks pilots. They came to Crete, where the bronze giant Talos stalked the shore, and Medea either bewitched him or revealed the pin at his ankle so the ichor ran out. Both versions are attested. The crew returned at last to Iolcus with the fleece held like a treaty. Peleus did not keep his end of the bargain. Medea, who had done more than any rower to earn the ship's safe arrival, took revenge with the very art that had saved Jason. She persuaded Peleus's daughters to cut and boil their father, as if youth could be cooked back into his limbs, showing them a lamb transformed, but not telling them the step that makes the trick go. It is a gruesome turn, and one the myths do not clean. The pair fled to Corinth, and there another set of versions divides. Some keep to a tragedy in which Medea kills the children she bore Jason. Others spare them and send her away by different roads. All agree that Jason's fame sits on a hull made strong by a woman's courage and sunk, in the end, by a man's forgetting of vows. What did these two cycles teach the audience that kept them alive? That cities are made by men who choose the hard road and clean it as they come. That ships move not by muscle alone, but by the harmonies someone has to sing. That help offered by a woman in a palace can save a city and cost the helper everything. That the gods, watching, reward oaths kept and make examples of those who use cleverness to hide betrayal. Theseus's thread and Jason's speaking beam look, across the water, like the same thing given two shapes, a way to find the way back when boldness has taken you into danger on purpose. By the time Theseus had planted a common hearth for Attica and his own ship, the vessel later maintained in Athens as a civic memorial was kept seaworthy by renewed planks, the famous ship of Theseus. While some accounts say the Argo was dedicated to Poseidon at the isthmus and later set among the stars, other lines were tightening. A pair of brothers would contend over a city whose walls heard the word, no, from heaven. A house in Argos would forget how to share meat and learn how curses breed. And across the Aegean, a prince nurtured on prophecy would begin to gather a force whose ships would make every shoreline nervous. And yet, as Athens learned to walk in step and Iolcus lived with the echoes of a sweet-voiced awe, it was clear that far greater challenges and darker reckonings lay ahead. Thebes did not present itself as a single story so much as a set of echoes. People there learned to live with voices that came from under the earth and from the mouths of beasts, and the city's founders seemed to have arrived already listening. Cadmus sent to find his sister Europa, and told instead by the oracle to follow a cow and build where it lay down, obeyed a style of instruction that would have seemed odd anywhere else. He killed a serpent that guarded a spring sacred to Ares, sowed its teeth at Athena's urging, and watched armed men, the Spart, rise from the furrows. He threw a stone among them so that they turned on one another. Those who survived called themselves the Spart, the sown, ancestors of houses that would, in time, fight again over meanings of oath and kin. The city that grew from that field was one that always suspected that truth might arrive both as a command and a riddle. The house that took root there learned early that joy could be entangled with insult. Cadmus served Ares in penance for the slain serpent and married Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, in a feast the gods themselves attended. The famed necklace of Harmonia enters the family's fortunes here in many accounts. The harmony lasted only as long as it takes for envy to find a spare chair. Their daughters' lives braided devotion and catastrophe. Semele promised a lover's wholeness, asked to see Zeus as he truly was, and learned that certain unveilings unmake what they mean to seal. Dionysus survived, sewn into Zeus's thigh until birth, in a path only gods can manage, and would later bring both release and ruin to those who met him unprepared. Agave, another daughter, was drawn into a frenzy that ended with the death of her son Pentheus under the hills of Cithaeron, as Euripides preserves. These stories were not excuses for despair. They staged a city's education in how quickly blessing and blindness can trade masks. A later generation carried that lesson into the realm of law. Laius, warned by oracle that a son would bring down his house, ordered the infant's ankles pinned, whence the name Oedipus, swollen foot, and the child exposed. Shepherds softened a king's cruelty, and fate walked to Corinth in a basket. When the youth grew and learned of a doom he thought attached to the home that had raised him, he walked away from that palace toward another without knowing it. At a place where three roads met, anger and right-of-way became weapons. A man died there under a stranger's blows, and the stranger continued toward a city where a monster was teaching law with a riddle. The Sphinx asked the shape of the creature that changes its gait with the sun. The answer, man, should have been obvious to any who watched their own bones stiffen, but clarity can be hard when death smiles with a question. Oedipus solved it and took as prize a widow and a throne. Thebes thought it had moved from riddle to rule. Instead, it had stepped deeper into both. Plague followed bounty as night follows late dinners in hot weather. The city's air went sour. Infants died before midwives could tie the cord. Appeals went to Delphi. The oracle's answer climbed the hill on the backs of men who were brave enough to say aloud what temples whisper. The land was polluted by the unavenged blood of a king. The killer must be found. The investigation played like a parable of civic life. Witnesses called, strangers questioned, a prophet insulted because he would not flatter. Tiresias, who had learned to speak both men's and women's truths after a life altered by the gods, told the unpalatable. The king himself was the source. Based on what we know of the way such tales trained listeners, this does not aim only at dread. It teaches that sincerity cannot rescue a leader who refuses to listen when the evidence points toward his own chair. The recognitions arrived as recognitions always do, piecemeal, and then all at once. A messenger from Corinth brought news of a father's death and removed a fear by removing a false parentage. A shepherd from Cythera brought news of a child rescued, not lost. The names reshuffled until the pattern became undeniable. Elias fallen at the crossroads, Oedipus that stranger, Jocasta both wife and mother. The pins used once on a baby's feet now turned against a queen's eyes. Oedipus asked for banishment, and a city that had learned its law from riddles watched a man walk out under a curse he did not write but had fulfilled. His sons could not agree on how to wear the guilt. Eteocles and Polynices agreed to alternate rule and failed at the first handoff. Polynices fled to Argos, married into power there, and returned with 6 companions to take his turn by force. The 7 against Thebes, remembered from Aeschylus and later epics. The city that had once sown warriors now harvested them. Heroes fell before the gates that bore the names of rivers and gods. Eteocles and Polynices killed one another in combat that left no room for reconciliation. Creon, their uncle, took the staff and made a law in the shape of a border. Honor Eteocles with burial, forbid rites for Polynices, as if grief could be disciplined by decree. Antigone, sister to both, argued with her hands, giving to the disgraced body what the gods require, earth on a face, words spoken to the still air. She was condemned for the kindness. Haman, who loved her, died. Creon learned too late that a city's law breaks when it tries to bind the unwritten ones that live in a mother's ache and a child's plea. Thebes never stopped being a school where cleverness and conscience fought for priority. Oedipus, old and blind, found at Colonus a place that welcomed what others refused, and he disappeared into a grove with the air of one who finally understood that leaving can sometimes be the last service one can offer a troubled house. The Sones' descendants kept arguing about inheritance. The city stood because the arguments, for all their blood, kept remembering that oaths matter and that a ruler's first craft is listening when listening wounds. Thebes taught the Greek ear to hear a word spoken in the council and to ask what consequence its echo would demand. In Argos and Mycenae, a different schooling began, one that turned on the taste of meat and the meaning of a table. Tantalus, a king proud of the gods' frequent visits, invited them to test omniscience with a dish no one should cook, and the gods learned fast. Only Demeter, in grief not yet cooled from her search for Persephone, took a bite without attending to the bowl and had to be comforted later with a shoulder remade for the boy who had been boiled, Pelops. And Pelops, restored and radiant, took his second life to Pisa and fell in love with Hippodamia, daughter of owner Mouse, whose horses were so swift that suitors lost both race and head. Pelops won by persuasion and sabotage. Myrtilus, the charioteer, helped and died for his trouble, and the curse that slid from the dying helper's lips attached itself to the family's dinners. Based on what we know of how these tales address shared meals, the point is not only that treachery breeds treachery, but that households break when gratitude cannot hold memory together. Pelops fathered sons who would make Mycenae's name ring, Atreus and Thyestes. Their quarrels became a grammar for hatred. Atreus swore by possessing a golden lamb, often called a golden fleece in retellings, and took a crown by a sign that the gods allowed. Thyestes lay with Atreus's wife, and the brothers turned their enmity into a cook's problem. Atreus invited his brother to a reconciliation and served him the flesh of his own children. The son, say those who keep close to poetry, turned back at the sight. Thyestes, finding the truth, begged an oracle for a path to requital and got an answer that makes listeners uncomfortable even when they know what comes next. Beget a child with your daughter Pelopia. The child, Aegisthus, would be the instrument of return. The child grew with vengeance braided into his breath. Mycenae learned to wash plates in cold water, not because it cleans better, but because sometimes warmth makes memory too soft. From that house came two men who would be called to lead others beyond their own gates, Agamemnon and Menelaus, sons of Atreus. Their fortunes hinged on a story that married politics to desire and made a harbor world famous even before it filled with ships. Helen, whom poets could not stop praising, became the pivot not because her beauty was unprecedented, but because oaths had been taken in a hall. When Tyndarus, her putative father, feared that the suitors who came for her would tear the land with their rivalry, Odysseus counseled an agreement. Each would swear to defend the choice and the chosen husband against any who wronged him. Advice given in exchange for help winning Penelope as his own bride. Menelaus received the prize. The oath circles, wide as their hopes, bound men who normally love loopholes. If the story had stopped there, the oath might have been like other good ideas that never meet their test. But in another place, a youth was being asked to judge a quarrel that should not have been presented to him. Paris, also called Alexander, raised in pastoral quiet after a prophecy had sent him away from Troy's court, was visited on Ida by three goddesses bearing an apple cast by Eris that claimed to belong to the fairest. Hera promised power, Athena promised victory, Aphrodite promised a wife from beyond the sea. The choice once made took on the inertia of weather. Paris visited Sparta, Menelaus played the host as custom required. And when he sailed for Crete, trusting guest right to hold in his absence, Paris and Helen left for Troy. Based on what we know of the Greek mind, the blame does not rest on Helen's beauty or even on Paris's theft alone. It rests on the deliberate violation of Xenia, the hospitality that makes strangers safe. Menelaus returned to an empty bed and a broken covenant. He went to his brother, and the oath that had been a genius's idea became the cause of a decade. Ships gather slowly when they mean to cross not just a strait but a moral line. Messengers went to halls where men were weighing crops against glory. Nestor at Pylos listened without nostalgia and gave young princes a sense that age can be a stern friend. In Ithaca, Odysseus pretended madness, yoking an ox and ass together and ploughing salt, until Palames laid a child before the plough and forced him to swerve, showing the trickster that intelligence can also be cornered by compassion. In Thea's wider orbit, Achilles was found on Skyros among girls, dressed as they were, a staged ruse with arms amid trinkets or a trumpet's call broke his disguise. In Salamis, Ajax answered as men named for storms do, without speech but with ready hands. The roster grew, Diomedes with eyes clear as his reputation, Idomenea steady as a tide, lesser kings with local wisdoms and local resentments. The expedition took on weight because the oath had to be honored, and because men who live in small territories dream of proving that their honor is not small. First, they sailed to the wrong shore and sacked Mysia in a fever of misdirection. Telephus bled and then healed when the spear that hurt him healed him, scrapings from Achilles' spear or rust, in some versions. One of those riddles physicians later turned into method. Prophecies rustled like sails. A seer told them that Troy would not fall without Achilles, another that the winds at Aulis would not rise without a price. Agamemnon, who had offended Artemis by a boast or by killing a sacred deer, traditions vary, was told that his daughter must die for the fleet to move. The versions do not agree on what happened next. Some say Iphigenia died and that her name became a word for the cold arithmetic of power. Others say Artemis whisked her to Taurus and a deer took the blade. Others still leave the matter clouded so that listeners can choose the ending their conscience can carry. What unites the strands is the picture of a leader who learns that command cuts closest to home. And when the winds came, they came like the beginning of a story that has been waiting to begin since the first boundary stone was set by the first careful hand. The ships rode and then sailed. The strait accepted their keels as if it had always expected them. On the Trojan shore, high walls looked back with a confidence bought by generations of careful alliances, and a river that knows how to nourish fields and wash blood. Priam's house stood like a cedar in late season, weathered but still fragrant. Hector's arm carried both spear and fatherhood with equal grace. The gods looked down and, being who they are, took sides according to old friendships and new slights. In the Greek camp, tents went up in order. They came up on the sand with a noise that startled even those who had trained for it. The scrape of keels and the blunt thud of hulls meeting shore. Oars flung inboard, bronze edges clattering like sudden hail. The first man to leap was Protesilaus, and the first to fall was Protesilaus, as the omen makers had long suspected would be the price for touching a hostile beach ahead of all others. The poets do not spare him because his death is brief. They give him a wife, Laodamia, whose grief will try to hold him for 3 hours when permission is granted, as if to show that even the spear's neat arithmetic breeds sums that households cannot balance. The landing held, and the lines formed on ground that would remember sandal prints for a decade. From the beginning, war taught that catalogues do not carry weight, men do. Names that had marched across mustering lists on island after island found their first tests in sprints that ended at a ditch or a shine of shield. Menelaus and Paris met earlier in a duel that should have saved everyone years if oaths alone decided outcomes. Aphrodite, faithful to her promise, whisked Paris from the field into his chamber, and the archer Pandarus, stirred by divine mischief, broke the truce with a shot that reopened the war. The truce negotiated on the field blew away like chaff from a threshing floor, and arrows began again to stitch the low air. In the Middle Years, the Greeks dug a trench and raised a palisade before the ships. The Trojans learned to range from the Scaean gate like a hawk that knows its cliff. Inside the Greek camp, order tried to make a system of courage. Nestor, old enough to remember fields less hard on the back, walked among the younger captains and made sentences that felt like walking sticks. Ajax, huge and steady, learned to stand where the line thinned. Diomedes discovered in himself an appetite for clarity so sharp it cut through fear. One day he drove so deep into the haze of dust and prayer that he wounded Aphrodite's wrist, and another he rushed at Ares himself while Athena stood behind his shoulder. This is not bravado sequined for a singer's pleasure so much as a lesson about how far mortal daring can go when it believes instruction stands at its back. Odysseus, who did not like sudden movements unless he had rehearsed them in his mind first, began to collect small advantages like a net collects fish. The Trojan side kept its center through a steadier sort of fire. Hector, who wore his city like a cloak, went out each day not as a gambler but as a craftsman. He knew the limits of courage and the cost of mistakes, and he taught men to lean their shields together in ways that made the Greeks respect the geometry of his ranks. Priam watched from the wall with the sadness of a father who knows that skill and goodness do not grant immunity. Hecabe's eyes were the eyes of women who count the grain and the suns, and understand that one can replenish and the other cannot. Andromache took her child, Astyanax, to meet his father on the rampart and asked the question every spouse asks silently: "How do I keep you and our home at the same time?" Hector's answer was the same one he would give to priests, charioteers, and strangers. There are no walls strong enough to keep fear from those who love. The only peace available is the kind earned by duty done cleanly. Seasons slid past the tents and made a rough calendar of raids and counter-raids. In the early years, the Greeks fanned out along the coast to pull Troy's allies away like stitches worked loose from a seam. They took towns for grain, captured cattle to feed the camp, and brought back the consequences that follow victory without wisdom. One of those returns set the war's greatest blaze. Chryseis, daughter of a priest of Apollo, had been taken. Her father came to ransom her with garlands on his staff, and Agamemnon dismissed him with words that looked like strength and tasted like insult. The god who hears wrongs that reach him on laurel answered with sickness that found tents, as if maps were written on air. Achilles, the best fighter Greece could boast, saw what older men sometimes cannot, that reverence is not a decoration but a hinge. He called the council, and when the seer spoke, the king sent the girl back. Then he took Briseis from Achilles as if prizes were coins to be restruck at will. The quiet that fell in the space after that act was worse than shouting. Achilles walked away from the line and sat among his myrmidons, those men who wore their discipline like a second skin, and said no to the entire machine of command. The tent flap became the dam of a river that had driven the Greek advance. With the hinge rusted, the door did not swing. Agamemnon had power and could count it. Achilles had a different arithmetic, and the sum of his refusal started a new era. The embassy came at night with promises, Odysseus speaking first, arranging gifts in stacks shaped like arguments. Phoenix, old tutor, trying to remind the young man how stories choose their heroes. Ajax, too honest for long speeches, asking the simplest question, "What is a brotherhood for if not days like this?" Achilles answered in a way that made the wind shift around the campfires. He talked about the two fates his mother had told him, the short shining life or the long quiet one, and he called Briseis by her name, not her category. He said he would go home. The gods were not absent from these recalculations. They took sides with remembered grudges and fresh slights. Hera and Athena stood in the Greek lines, impatient with men who have learned half their lessons. Apollo and Aphrodite stood inside Troy's walls, protective as patrons and as unforgiving when not honored. Zeus, who kept the scales and pretended indifference until the bowls nearly tipped, let the Trojans press. With Achilles idle, Hector could drive the enemy back to their trench and palisade. He could set fire to ships that had taught cities to fear horizons. He could show his people that a wall is not where courage stops, but where it begins. They came as close to pushing the Greeks into the sea as any defender ever has, and for a long afternoon the noise from the shore sounded like the end of a story. But endings are reluctant. While the Trojans wheeled their chariots in sand that hid treacherous hollows, two figures slipped out of the Achaean night to learn what knowledge could be stolen without spears. Odysseus and Diomedes found a Trojan scout, Dolon, and turned him with promises and the kind of fear that makes a man tell his father's pet names. The raid that followed cut down Rhesus and seized his Thracian horses before they had tasted the grass or drunk from the river Scamander. Called Xanthus by the gods, the lesson was ugly and useful. Momentum can be unstitched if you pull at one fringe with enough determination. Other knights wrapped other ambushes. Sarpedon of Lycia, a son of Zeus whose death would teach the king of gods something about his own limits, led charges that showed why allies matter. Aeneas learned to carry piety through dust, a habit that would serve him when his city finally owed itself to ash. The tide lines lay just inside the Greek wall when another calculation entered the heat. Patroclus, who had known Achilles since boyhood, watched the flames find the ribs of ships and felt a fear that could name itself. He asked to wear the armor that had made men flee at a glimpse, not to steal honor but to buy time. Achilles hesitated in the way men hesitate when they have been wronged and know they are not yet ready to forgive. He handed over the bronze with warnings that sounded like prayers. Drive them back from the hulls and then stop. Do not climb the ladder that leads to gates you are not meant to touch. When Patroclus went out, the camp breathed. The Trojans, seeing the known shape from across the plain, felt in their shoulders what habit can do to judgment. The first shock worked. The flames died under buckets and blows. Men who had been stepping backward found their knees bending again. Patroclus did what Achilles had asked until he discovered how hard it is to set a limit in the middle of victory. The killing became work done by a disciplined arm. He struck Sarpedon and watched a god father struggle with a decision any human father would recognize. At Zeus's bidding, Apollo bore Sarpedon's body from the press and entrusted it to sleep and death to carry home to Lycia, even as Greeks and Trojans fought bitterly around the fallen. Here the boundary broke. Patroclus climbed. He reached the trench and cleared it. He reached the open. He reached the line of men standing guard in front of Troy's foremost gate. Apollo, who had not forgotten the insult to his priest, and who had not forgiven Achilles' scorn of custom, stepped into the heat not as fire, but as a pressure that makes the skin forget it is strong. 3 times Patroclus tried to climb the wall. 3 times the gods struck him back. The 4th time he made the shield slide off the shoulder as easily as water slips from a goose's back. The helmet tumbled, and a man looked like just a man again. Euphorbos, a youth who had trained his hands for speed, struck first. Hector, seeing the opening that a long war offers but seldom, came hard, and the bronze found what was left of breath. What followed was the sort of confusion that sends even listeners' hearts into small, fast beats. Men fought for a body as if it were a country. Automedon, charioteer and friend, swung the great horses in circles to keep them from bolting at the smell of grief. Ajax covered the fallen with his tower shield and took the blows meant for the unprotected. A runner went for Achilles, and the message that he had not allowed into his tent walked in without knocking. The poets strain here to keep the measure that bedtime wants, because the scene is a kind of alarm. Achilles took in the news with a sound that made the women in his camp pull their veils tighter. He poured dust on his head and lay face down and asked questions of his mother that no mother can answer directly. Why does pity teach us late? And what does strength mean if it cannot protect the one person we would have saved even if everyone else had to wait? The body, for all that, came back. Ajax and Menelaus fought like a hinge and a latch to bring it in. Identity was restored from the small persistences that make a friend recognizable even when bronze has had its say. They laid him on a bed and set a guard as if enemies could be held back by light. Achilles looked and saw his own refusal reflected not as noble resistance, but as absence from the one place his presence would have mattered most. He called the assembly to witness a change that felt like a sunrise one is not sure one deserves. He would return to the field. He would return because the dead had asked it without asking, because men with whom he had spent jokes and soup were afraid, because a ship's ribs smell like home when they burn, and because the word friend had just acquired a definition that no speech could improve. He told Agamemnon that gifts no longer mattered, but the king, who understood symbols even when they embarrassed him, brought them anyway, because order has to be seen as well as felt. Achilles received what was given and sent it to the tents of those who had been hungry for lack of him. The quarrel did not vanish from memory, but it was placed under something older and simpler. He took a promise from his mother, Thetis, to petition Hephaestus for new armor. The old helmet, fallen from Patroclus's head, had been taken by Hector as if bronze could fix fate. A night passed quietly, the kind of quiet that presses on the eardrum like deep water, and even the gods went still because they knew the next day would demand more attention than most. Hector stood in Troy and heard different winds. The people adored him because they needed him. The seers told him that the man he had struck would return inside another man's anger. His wife asked him to remember that gates open not just to let fathers out, but to bring them back. He touched her face with a hand that had just tied his son's cummer fringe, and did not try to put tenderness into a lecture. He went out knowing that some requests, bring me back whole, cannot be legally satisfied by anyone who wears a helmet. Achilles did not sleep as other men sleep. He waited for the clatter of new bronze. When the armor came, it came like a whole weather system, a shield where cities rose and fell in chased metal, where vineyards dripped and ploughmen sang, where dances turned circles with Oceanus flowing along the rim, the world pattern answering a mortal grief. Achilles lifted the weight and did not feel it. Rage turned into something colder and clearer, the kind of intention stone has when it lets itself be cut for a column that will outlast the hand that carves it. He yoked the horses, and Xanthus, given voice by Hera for a moment, warned him they would carry him swiftly, but that a god stronger than horses had fixed his fate. The Erinyes soon silenced the speaking. The gates opened on both sides, and the space between them narrowed as if the space between the lines narrowed until it felt like a single breath being held by two cities. Hector stood before the Scaean gate, not cased in swagger, but in the kind of calm a craftsman wears when the task in front of him is the one he has practiced for years. Achilles came on like weather that has finally made up its mind, bronze bright, the new shield throwing back the sun in patterns that startled even those who had watched it hammered. 3 times they measured each other with their feet, and 3 times Hector's nerve flickered toward the safety of the wall before pride and duty steadied the needle. He turned to face the man whose name had become a kind of drum inside the Greek camp, and in that turn, the city felt both fear and love at once. Words tried to buy a few more breaths. Hector offered terms like a man who knows honor is sometimes only what you can salvage when victory has walked to another camp. Whichever of us falls, he said, let the body go home for rites. Achilles answered in a language the last hours had taught him. No bargains with grief, no treaties with the ache in his chest. The first cast of spears missed as if the air had not decided which way justice leaned. Athena, who had been a whisper behind so many mortal decisions in this war, stood by Hector in the guise of Deiphobus, while, unseen, she fetched Achilles' missed spear back to his hand. And when Hector cast his own and found no second spear, he knew he had been deceived. Bronze met bronze. Hector fell. There are scenes that even the poets describe as if they would rather be quiet. This is one of them. Achilles spoke to the body as if the dead could hear rebuke. He stripped the armor that had once been his own, claiming back a borrowed emblem, and he fastened raw thongs around Hector's heels. The chariot dragged the fallen, first by the walls and then, for days, around the burial mound of Patroclus. So the watching city and the Greek camp alike would read the bill being presented not just for one man, but for every defiant hour. In the camp, the Myrmidons saw in their captain a man paying a debt to love by coin taken from rage. Around the pyre of Patroclus, Achilles promised service. Games would be held, horses would run, strong men would lift and throw until strength itself felt praised. But he promised something else first, that the one who had unmade his friend would stand beside that bier like an unwilling guest. Night did not argue with him, it only drew its veil. Inside Troy, women beat their breasts, tore veils, and called names from rooftops as if sound could build stairways to the plain. Andromache spoke for a city when she cradled a child who could not yet hold the shape of what was being lost, and asked the sky what becomes of a future when the man who was to carry it has been laid in the dust. Priam, the father who had watched suns bloom beside colonnades like vines in good rain, sat with hands useless on his knees and counted the kinds of courage the city had once taught, courage to hold, courage to let go, and found that neither instruction fit the present night. The Greek camp turned from anger to ritual with the same thoroughness that had made it dangerous on the field. Patroclus was burned beside the water with honors fit for a chieftain. The wind took the smoke in a column that sailors would have read as fair weather had they not known its price. Games followed, and for hours muscle replaced mourning. Achilles presided like a judge who knows exactly what each skill is worth, because he has spent his own youth learning to measure feet and arms against the hard impartiality of weight and distance. Charioteers cut the wind into ribbons and tied it back together. Wrestlers locked and unknotted each other with the patience of men who respect bone as much as glory. Archers wrote lines in the air and waited for them to translate as thuds. Prizes were given as if generosity could be a temporary answer to death. When the camp slept in patches, a figure walked into the light of a single fire, as if the night itself had stepped forward to make a request. Hermes guided him, the messenger who knows every gate's back entrance, and anger did not wake the guards. Priam entered Achilles' tent and knelt, bringing in his old hands a ransom that would have made a city gleam. Gold heavy enough to bow a table, linens fine enough to make cool air feel like silk, cups that would sing when wine touched them. He did not offer them first. He offered the one weight that even the strongest must respect. "I have kissed the hands that killed my son," he said in words that no listener can fully rehear without feeling something shift under the ribs. "Remember your own father." Achilles looked at the man's face and saw his own future folded into its lines. What follows is the proof that Greek stories understand how mercy can become an event without needing trumpets. Achilles took the old king's hand and lifted him, and the room that had felt like a forge quieted to something shaped like a chapel. They ate together because men who have hurt each other deeply must sometimes let bread and meat be the first words peace learns. Achilles promised a breathing space, days enough for washing and songs, so that earth could do its work and cover what men cannot fix. He had the body returned, as if returning it could also return the hours before rage had taken language hostage. Troy received Hector with the function of grief done publicly. A lamentation that kept measure, processions that traced a path from gate to resting place, hands that learned to fold themselves when folding was the only way to keep from breaking. The city placed him on the pyre, then in the ground. The Iliad ends its song here because sometimes the right discipline is to stop before vengeance has another stanza. But the war did not end at that proper cadence. In these tales, endings must be earned more than once. Achilles went back to the field with the cold utility of a man who has seen his work clearly. He burned through the front of the Trojan line like a controlled fire meant to save a forest from a worse one. Many warriors whose names had held up a side of the wall learned that even courage has an arithmetic. The numbers do not favor the brave forever. The gods did not leave the sky indifferent. Apollo still carried injuries, and when Paris drew a bow, the god bent the path. The arrow loosed by Paris with Apollo's help found him. Later poets locate the wound at the heel, a detail absent from Homer but used to explain how even the strongest have small places that yield to harm. The man who had made the plain his measure fell like a fallen standard. The camp turned itself into a household at once, working with the crash and confusion of grief to shelter a name from dispersing in the wind. What comes next feels like another city's education layered on top of the first. The armor of Achilles, its making already a legend, became a new question: who is worthy to wear it? Ajax, the great tower who had stood over bodies as if walls could be human, thought the answer obvious. Odysseus, whose strength lived more in the muscles between ear and ear than in shoulder and thigh, also had a case. The Greeks chose in a manner both public and private. Some say judges heard speeches, others say captives' opinions or rumor and preference did the counting in shadows. Odysseus received the arms. Ajax's silence thickened into a night from which reason could not return. Variant and songs say he went among the flocks, mad with wounded honor, and slaughtered animals thinking them men. Awakening to the ruin he had made, he set his sword in the ground and found a way to fall upon it, giving the sand a second kind of salt. The army learned that a camp is not only a machine of war. It is also a fragile balance of pride that can tip without warning when symbols are mishandled. Meanwhile, the war's puzzle remained unsolved. Oracles, those other voices the Greeks had learned to hear, began to order the pieces. Troy would not fall, the seers said, without certain keys. One was Philoctetes, the archer marooned years before on Lemnos because a wound had made his tent smell like failure and fear. He had inherited Heracles' bow, a gift tied to the last flames of Mount Ota. Without that bow's voice, the walls would hold, so Helenus, the Trojan seer captured by the Greeks, advised. Odysseus and Neoptolemus, Achilles' young son brought from Scyros, sailed to fetch him. The boy's presence introduced a new timbre to the war, the grief of a hero translated into another throat, the hope that strength could be made obedient before it had time to learn arrogance. There are versions in which Odysseus schemes, asking the youth to lie. There are gentler tellings where persuasion grows from respect. Either way, the bitterness on Lemnos cooled when the suffering man saw that his pain had not made him useless. He returned. His arrows would find a target that poetry remembers by name as if that name were a long-delayed answer. Paris fell. Another key hung in a shrine. Tradition held that the city would not be taken while the Palladium, Athena's ancient image, stood unmolested within Troy. Odysseus and Diomedes slipped inside the walls by cunning and night. One lowered the other through darkness as if trust itself were a rope. The statue was taken, and with it a layer of confidence that had comforted watchmen for years. Add to these the counsel of the captured prophet Helenus, who told the besiegers what the besieged had not wanted to hear, that Troy's end would come not by storming, but by a trick sturdy enough to pass for a miracle. By this time, the fighting had grown into routines that made generals dread their own competence. Dawn meals tasted of numbers, dusk songs sounded like lists. Men talked more often of home than of honor, because honor had begun to feel like a debt that never learns subtraction. Odysseus, whose mind had always kept a small fire burning, even when rains of words threatened to fill the pit, began to shape wood in his thoughts. A horse, he said, because the Trojans love horses, and because a city that has learned to mistrust all straight lines may still fold to a curve. Build it large enough to be ridiculous and beautiful, make the grain of the timbers sing. Put inside not a full army, but the kind of men who can keep a lung's worth of breath steady for hours and still fight as if the pause had not cost them. The rest of us will burn the camp and sail just out of sight so that the view from the wall looks like dawn after a storm. Then leave a man who can lie without letting his soul mildew. The plan wove together what the war had already taught, that patience conquers as surely as strength, that symbols carry more weight than spears when they are read correctly, and that a city exhausted by fear will sometimes open its own gates if given a reason to call surrender by a prettier name. There were dissenting voices, as there always are in good councils. Men who had learned to trust only what could be weighed or stabbed shook their heads, but the ones who had watched the past 10 years grind good intentions into tired habits saw in the curve of the imagined horse a way to turn pride into an accomplice. Based on what we know of how these stories handle turning points, this is precisely where cunning becomes a moral category, not deception for sport, but a remedy applied when direct force would only breed more mourning. The shipwrights did not have to be told twice. Axes bit, adzes smoothed, ropes hummed. The hull took on a life that seemed to be listening for hooves from some other century. Men trained not to sneeze. The last fires in the Greek camp were set with the peculiar care of people who still love their gear even as they pretend to abandon it. One morning the plain looked as empty as a promise kept too late. A single figure, Sinon, so most later tellings name him, stayed to be found, tears prepared like props, a story rehearsed until the lies felt like a coat he had learned to wear without fidgeting. The horse waited where the sand firmed near the hard pack of the road, as tall as fear and as smooth as flattery. Inside the city, debate felt like a fever breaking and returning. Laocoon, a priest whose intuition had not been dulled by custom, hurled a spear into the flank and spoke the words Latin poets would later make famous. Beware even gifts that call themselves gifts. The two serpents rose from sea and shore and made an answer that Roman telling assigns to divine anger. The people saw the priest's death and called it an omen that silenced the careful. A Cassandra who spoke truly because a god had once punished her by making truth useless, cried out for fire, for axes, for suspicion. The crowd heard only the music of an exhausted hope, the desire to believe a decade had ended in a shape they could wheel into their own square. Night came early that day because joy has a way of bending the clock. The horse passed through the gate amid songs that tried to outpace memory. Torches licked its sides, and the creak of the axles sounded like relief finally being allowed to make a noise. The city lay down with wine on its breath and sleep like a second garment. On the water, oars that had been stacked like bones slid again into their locks with a silence that frightened even the men who had planned it. Along the walls, sentries counted fewer stars than they had been trained to count, because eyelids, like gates, can grow heavy when told enough times. The city slept as if sleep were the first treaty that had ever held. The horse stood in the square with its knees angled like patience, and its belly held a silence trained for hours. Just before midnight, a star under thin cloud went out and came back, which meant nothing and meant everything to men who had learned to read weather out of habit. The gates were unbarred by hands that thought they were finishing a story. On the water, the returning hulls were blacker than the sea, and the oars took their orders from breath rather than the drum. Inside the walls, the latch found its notch. Sinon signaled with a fire that had been wrapped against wind, and a panel in the horse's flank opened like a second mouth. Men dropped into a city that still smelled of feast smoke and cedar. They untied bolts, cut leather quietly, opened the great leaves of the Dardanian gate, and the army came in like a held note released. The first blade spread confusion, because confusion is a better ally than courage at that hour. The second blades chose targets whose names singers would later memorize. Aeneas, woken by a noise that did not belong to festival, buckled bronze and lifted old Anchises onto his shoulders, while Iulus took his father's free hand, a scene later Roman poets made emblematic of pietas. Most houses never got a look at dawn. Fighting a city at night teaches different crafts. Men who had spent a decade measuring the plain in daylight learned to count steps by memory and flame. They split into files that matched the lanes. At the palace, Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, called Pyrrhus for the fire in his hair, drove before him the weight that had killed his father, a name and burden fused. Priam had put on armor out of reflex and then laid it aside when he saw the altar. A man who has already given so much cannot pretend to bargain with iron. He watched a son die where the courtyard opens to the columns, then saw the boy's killer and the killer of his own line become one figure. Neoptolemus dragged the elder by the hair through blood that was not yet cool, and at the altar of Zeus Hercules, Zeus of the courtyard, made the hammering stop with a stroke, so the epic cycle preserves. Songs complained about this for centuries, not because kings expect to die in bed, but because altars expect different behavior. Elsewhere, women clustered in sanctuaries the way flocks huddle at a break in a hedge. Cassandra clung to Athene's image, a gesture that would have secured every customs protection in calmer seasons. Ajax the Lesser tore her from the statue, an outrage at the goddess's own altar, which later tradition marks as the cause of Athene's storm against the fleet. And when the fleet tried to leave with smoke still floating low over the city, the sky walked across the water from the west. Some ships did not reach the strait, some did but learned that a sea can hold its grudges. The storm broke wood like twigs and made names into flotsam. Ajax the Lesser, who had boasted on a rock that no god could drown him, met a quick course correction. Poseidon's trident showed him the difference between hubris and height, and the sea finished the sentence he had left open. Andromache's child, Astyanax, was lifted by a soldier's hands to the battlements and cast down, not because he had done wrong, but because men who win at night put out possible suns in the morning, a logic that always thinks itself clever and only later learns what curses are. Hecate was assigned grief titles too many for one mouth to say. Polyxena was promised to Achilles' shade at his tumulus by the Hellespont. Euripides' version makes the scene explicit, the knife taking a small, clean arc that men told themselves was piety because the alternative, that it was habit, hurt to say aloud. Menelaus found Helen at last in a room where mirrors had learned to tell complicated stories. Depending on the teller, Homer's Odyssey versus Euripidean tragedy, he raised the sword and watched it drop of its own weight, or he led her back with a grip that made explanations unnecessary. Based on what we know of these traditions, either version walks the same ridge. The claim that desire can be punished into obedience is a poor law, and reunion feels more like politics than like relief. When fires go up in a city that has been planted for generations, the light shows more than smoke. It shows the insides of houses, image-hung walls, bread shelves, a child's measuring stick cut into a doorframe, and it shows that departure will be uneven. Aeneas took out what he could, a father, a son, a household god's small shape wrapped in cloth, a wife who vanished in the chaos and returned once as a voice to tell him where roads still open began. Others hid or were gathered as prizes. The Greeks marked stacks of wealth, tripods, bronze, linen, captives, and learned with a grim competence how to redistribute a city's body among men whose tents were full already. Odysseus, who had taught the horse to be plausible, counted logistics with an inland farmer's caution. No victory holds if the returning carts can't round the bends. Morning showed the cost that night had scrawled. Survivors were sorted. The sacred burned a little slower than the market stalls, but it burned. The noise shifted timbre from clash to argument as commanders remembered that a fleet is not one person's idea. Agamemnon stood as if the wind had finally agreed to prop up his authority. He took Cassandra as spoil, a decision the myths record in the tone reserved for ominous preludes. Neoptolemus claimed Andromache as the cruelest possible reassurance that Hector's line would end under his roof. The division of spoils was an account book that would never truly close. They turned their bows toward home, and the sea, which had listened to a decade of promises, asked for a few of its own to be paid. Athene had not forgotten the sanctuary insult. Men do well to remember that goddesses own long calendars. A storm scattered the fleet like handfuls of seed in contrary wind. Some grains found soil quickly. Nestor slid into Pylos with a competence that felt almost indecent given the wider ruin. He made offerings and told stories and began to age in place the way men do when a road stops. Others skidded on stone. Diomedes returned to Argos and found that absence corrodes whatever is not guarded by devotion. His wife had let rumor and resentment make her hospitable to another. The hero slipped from his own table and learned to settle in Italy, because exile is sometimes what honor looks like when a city grows small around you. Idomeneus, who had vowed rashly that he would sacrifice the first living thing he met if the sea would let him kiss his island again, learned the cruelty of vows that forget to imagine joy. His child ran first. Some say he kept his promise and a plague came. Some say he could not and plague came anyway. Either way, Crete remembered the lesson in its soil and let him go. Neoptolemus took Andromache north to Epirus and became the sort of king whose name fits on a coin. Solid, unkind, untroubled. He died at Delphi years later, some say by Orestes' hand, others by Delphians, struck down at the god's shrine in a quarrel whose causes would fill another hour if we let them. Philoctetes, who had opened Troy with arrows that were both a gift and a wound, went home to islands that understood how to live with a man who smells of old pain. His bow hung in a hall that learned to be quiet when it needed to. Agamemnon's course bent south and then east into a harbor where recognition waits with a smile. He sent ahead word of triumph. Clytemnestra, who had been measuring days not by the moon, but by a daughter's absence, decorated thresholds, and set out purple cloth to greet the feet that had once set out for Orlys with speeches about necessity. She had not forgiven the arithmetic that placed Iphigenia on an altar, and she had remade her bed with Aegisthus, the uncle with a debt to collect from the house of Atreus. The king entered the bath as kings do when they come home to being husbands and fathers in rooms without guards. Nets fell, a word poets used to make murder sound like weaving, and the blade finished what grievance had started. Cassandra saw it all and said it all. The curse she carried meant no one in the house could hear until after the doors had closed. Menelaus, whose fate in these versions grows drier with each retelling, was blown far and learned whether from Egyptians and stories from old kings who collected wisdom, the way shepherds collect spare wool. He heard that Proteus changes shape until you endure the shifts without flinching, that no one who wants to get home should boast about beating a god at anything, that forgiveness grows best in houses where the servants know they are seen. He eventually brought Helen back to Sparta, and the city absorbed that fact with the same stoicism with which it absorbs drought. There are years like this. Ajax the Lesser's brief story of defiance ended before most ships had tacked clear of the Troad. Poseidon saw to it. Teucer, brother to Telamonian Ajax, failed to persuade his father that living through a war if your brother does not is a kind of victory that deserves a chair near the fire. He went to Cyprus and founded Salamis there, the sort of household men make when they cannot bear their own dinners at home. Calchas the seer died when he met a rival who bested him at prophecy. It should have felt bitter but felt like relief. There are crafts a man should be allowed to set down. In some tellings, especially later Roman ones, Aeneas' wake shows another kind of return, one that obeys a compass set by fate rather than by familiar landmarks. He carried his household gods out not as Indiana keepsakes, but as obligations. He watched friends drown and enemies show charity, and learned that both experiences paint the world in difficult, lasting colors. He found in distant lands queens who offered warmth like a new climate, and had to break promises that had not yet been made. Dido of Carthage in later Roman tradition, because futures sometimes arrive before the present is ready to agree. His son learned the feel of a spear while still naming rivers by sound rather than by map. The family built towns that mainly taught them which mistakes to avoid in the next one. Later poets used those moves to explain how Rome remembers Troy, but the Greeks who first listened to these stories heard something simpler: that ruin can become seed if a man refuses to let bitterness do the planting. The Greeks who lived through the wreckage and made it home faced a problem none of their mustering lists had acknowledged. War teaches discipline that looks like virtue from the outside and feels like hunger from the inside, a hunger for commands and for enemies that give your days their shape. Peace wants a different obedience. It asks a man to count his words where he used to count his kills. It asks him to hold a child without holding a spear. It asks him to walk past a neighbor without reading him for threats. Camps unravel quickly when there are no watchfires to feed. Houses unravel slowly for the opposite reason. Everyone thinks there is time to speak the careful sentence tomorrow. Many of the returning captains discovered that the lintels over their doors were lower than their helmets, and that the ceilings of their great halls had become tilted by gossip, and by promises they had not made, but for which they would still be held answerable. Meanwhile, one prow put stubborn miles beneath it, and found no harbor where its name stuck. That ship had in its belly men who had learned to sleep on ideas more than on straw, and a captain who had once argued that intelligence can be a kind of piety, if it keeps its debts to the gods clear. His course ran too close to islands with music in their grass, and caves with goats that look harmless from shore. He would meet women who keep their guests as if love were the same as collection, and he would have to learn whether telling a story cleverly can make the sea listen. He had left Troy a general among many. He would return if he returned, as a single man who has finally understood why a name matters to a child and a wife more than it matters to a bard. The night that ended Troy did not end the story, it scattered it. The beach that had once hosted councils and games turned back into sand that can hold only 2 or 3 footprints at a time. The gods, satisfied for the moment that men had learned at least one of the lessons written as warnings at the city's gates, turned their attention to other petitions and other slights. Fires in new hearths tried to catch. The ship that would not learn a straight path wrote its name in water the long way. Odysseus, who had kept sanity in a camp by remembering that cleverness is not the enemy of faith, found that the homeward road was a test of both. He pushed off from a beach that still had Trojan heat in its sand, and told the steersman to aim for Ithaca, as if intent itself could harness weather. The first correction arrived at a place where hospitality was thin and wine ran thick. The men sacked Ismarus among the Sicons and discovered that greed turns gravely exact when you ignore warnings to leave while day still holds. Reinforcements came down from the high ground, and the reckoning cost lives, 6 men from each ship, a ledger entry the poem never lets you forget. The wind turned from ally to instructor and drove the fleet along coasts where the names had not yet learned to obey Greek mouths. The next shore gave them flowers that looked like prayers. The lotus eaters offered a taste that made the tongue forget its tasks. Men who had fought for 10 long years found themselves content to sit and watch light move on water. Odysseus measured the danger immediately. He dragged the forgetful back and tied them under benches as one ties a necessary tool during a storm, not to punish, but to rescue the work yet to be done. Based on what we know of how sailors talk about time, this episode admits that rest can feel like arrival when you are too tired to remember what arrival is for. They came then to a tall cave in a land that had not taught itself manners. Goats grazed without herdsmen, milk sat in bowls as if the sun were a servant. Odysseus chose a dozen companions and walked inside with the confidence of one who has given gifts at many doors and been thanked more often than cheated. The owner returned, and the mistake turned out to have teeth. Polyphemus the Cyclops, a son of Poseidon, shut the stone like a god shuts a cloud. He questioned the men with a voice like a landslide and rejected the law of guests as if it were a trick. 2 sailors died between a giant's fingers, and bones cracked like kindling. Odysseus' mind went long and still the way a hunter's mind goes when only one plan will fit through a narrow gap. He named himself Nobody, offered wine that bent reason, and drove a sharpened stake into the one large eye while the giant slept. When Polyphemus tore the door aside at dawn, the Greeks clung to the bellies of rams and slipped into the morning. The proof that victory had been purchased at a corner price came immediately. The Cyclops called out to his father, and the sea began to remember grudges it had set aside for years. Aeolus, warden of the winds and favored by the gods, offered a cure that depended upon discipline. He tied contrary gusts into a bag and gave Odysseus a single breath set for home. For 9 days the sea behaved like a good horse, and the headlands started to look familiar in the distance. Fatigue undoes caution. While Odysseus slept, men who had seen too many kings hoard too many favors loosened the cords to see what their captain had hidden. A storm punched out of the sack as if it had been bored to fury by its confinement. The fleet tumbled back to Aeolus's isle, and this time the hospitable king saw in them a pattern that would offend heaven again. He turned his door against them. Sailors learn by repetition when they do not learn by counsel. The Laestrygonians proved that some coasts are traps disguised as harbors. Their harbor took ships in like a mouth that smiles before it bites. Stones rained down as if thrown by cliffs themselves. Masts shattered. Men who had learned to swim in clear water learned that soup thickened with fear is harder to move through. One ship escaped, Odysseus's, because he had moored it outside the jaws and because habit kept a watch while appetite wanted sleep. They left with fewer benches to row and a longer silence between orders. Circe's island broke the noise with birdsong and the sight of smoke that promised suppers rather than signal fires. A scouting party found a house that smelled of time and careful hands. The hostess sang as if weaving required melody. Circe welcomed them, offered a cup spiced with advice and something else, and watched men turn to swine with a tenderness that almost excused the gesture. Eurylochus, who had held back his hunger long enough to distrust a perfect table, ran to the ship and begged the captain not to be brave in the most predictable way. Odysseus went anyway, with a herb in his palm that Hermes had shown him in a pathside conversation, a root that loves shadows and kills enchantments when held with steady fingers. The gods' counsel worked. Circe's spell broke like frost in sunlight. Swords were sheathed, then exchanged for honest talk, and the island became, for a full year in Homer's telling, a place where weary men rediscovered the cadence of laughter. Based on what we know of old seafaring, this pause is not a digression. It is a repair bay for soul and plank alike. But the next chart demanded knowledge that only the dead can give. To find the way home, Tiresias had to be asked, and he does not answer from a porch in daylight. Odysseus dug a trench at the world's edge, poured milk and honey and wine into the shallows of night, and kept his sword between his body and the press of shades until the prophet came. Tiresias told him what he already half knew in his bones, that men ruin themselves fastest by touching what has been set aside for a god, that the cattle of Helios must be treated as if they were air and not food, that home will be a joy postponed until restraint learns to be later. He saw also that Poseidon's anger would not forget the blinded sun easily, and that an oar might need to be carried inland someday until a stranger called it a winnowing fan before peace would fully settle. Odysseus spoke to a mother whose hands would never push him through a door again. He heard men talk about their own deaths with the simplicity that only those beyond harm can manage. He received the hard news that his house would be faithful and besieged at once. Returning to the living required a new kind of caution. Circe named the hazards ahead as if reading a list of rules. The sirens, whose song smooths the brain's wrinkled surface until judgment slides off. The choice between Scylla and Charybdis, hunger with teeth on a narrow rock and hunger with a throat wide enough to swallow a ship. The cattle of Helios that graze on Thrinacia with the sun's attention. Odysseus chose to hear the siren's song without drowning. He had himself bound to the mast and shut his men's ears with wax, a compromise that starkly describes leadership under temptation. One listens for knowledge, the others row for life. The voices promised wisdom that removes regret. The ropes tightened and would not let him interpret desire as duty. The strait between Scylla and Charybdis was not built for large decisions. On one side, a whirlpool took breath twice a day as if the sea was saving itself from memory. On the other, a creature with 6 mouths and 12 legs reached from a cave and counted only to 6, because it took as many lives as it had throats and never altered the sum. Odysseus kept to Scylla's shoulder, knowing that a few losses, however cruel, could preserve most hands to plow and embrace later. She reached down and lifted oarsmen as easily as a woman lifts a day's yarn. Her screams mark this moment in the poem because the math is clean and the consequence is not. Command sometimes means pre-choosing who will die so the rest need not. The captain did not look away. He did not look long either, because steering requires eyes forward even when heart and mind rage backward. Thrinacia's grass waved under sunlight as if waving were a welcome. Odysseus warned and swore and re-swore, not the cattle, not the fat, not even the shadow they throw, until weather pinned them for a month and hunger argued that rules are for days when bread is near. He went inland to pray. Sleep found him as it finds the most determined. The men, led by Eurylochus's math, killed the cattle and dressed the meat with prayers that attempt to disguise appetite as honoring. The hides crawled, the flesh moaned on the spit. Helios complained to Zeus with the tidy rectitude of one who knows his accounts. The god of thunder agreed to audit. When the wind agreed to be a road again, a bolt agreed to keep the compact whole. The ship broke, men went under. Odysseus rode tag ends, and a mast as one rides a promise that has only one sentence left in it. Charybdis tried again to erase evidence, and the survivor gripped a fig tree root and waited for the sea to remember the rules of exhaling. Calypso's island caught him as a hand catches a leaf that should have fallen to earth sooner. The goddess offered him a soft captivity, bed, bread, a promise of youth smoothed rather than renewed. He stayed for years measured by size and by small jobs done well to keep a mind from rusting. He told stories to himself in the way exiles do who refuse to let their vows change. Hermes came when Zeus decided that keeping a man from his house any longer would threaten the architecture of oaths. Calypso sighed the sigh of someone whose kindness has become another's burden and helped him build a raft sturdy enough to carry stubbornness. Poseidon saw the small craft and remembered what fury he owed, but a nearer goddess, Leucothea, lent a veil that floats the living and does not argue with salt. Odysseus learned briefly how to trust instructions that sound like superstition, and woke on a beach where laughter did not immediately translate as mockery. The Phaeacians embodied what the Greeks wanted strangers to be when gods were in a generous mood. Nausicaa, a princess with arms trained by play as much as by protocol, found a shipwreck dressed in leaves and gumption. She taught him how to stand at a distance that suburban respect demands and still ask for a road. At Alcinous's court, Odysseus learned what it means when listeners honestly love a story. They make a space for it to finish. Poseidon would later turn their returning ship to stone, a detail Homer keeps to show that even generosity can earn divine jealousy. He told, and the tale reknit itself from Trojan sand to the masked horse. From cicada-buzzed noons under lotus shade to nights when Cyclopes' fire makes waves look like broken marble. From Circe's stern kisses to a mother's ash-grey news. From lashes on a mast to 6 shadows snatched at a cliff. From lightning to the kind of quiet that lasts too long. The Phaeacians answered in the only way a people raised on courtesy does. They put him on a ship with gifts that felt like apologies from the world, rowed him while he slept, and laid him on Ithaca's shore with the gentleness normally reserved for children. Waking at home is not the end of a trial when home has been 10 years learning new habits. Athena met him, reshaped his face in the way gods can when they are telling truths in disguise, and let him see stones and trees as if they were cousins. Eumaeus the swineherd, the sort of man who keeps a household from collapsing when flags are busy elsewhere, offered the disguised king meat and a bed without asking for lineage first. Telemachus, who had grown from boy to man in a house crowded with men whose smooth words had taught him not to trust smoothness, returned from his own short exile by ship at the same hour, as if the island had exhaled at last. Father and son touched heads in a hut and wept as those who learned grief by different teachers, but for the same person will weep when chance decides it has held out long enough. The house they had to reclaim was not empty but overfull. Suitors lounged on benches they had not built, lifting cups they had not paid for, tossing rights around as if courtship were a game played with other men's bread. Penelope held them off with the art that keeps a loom busy, lay its shroud woven by day, unpicked by night, because time has to be used to pretend that consent has a calendar. She set a test whose generosity would spare fools their own necks, a bow that only a certain memory knows how to string, axes in a row that only a certain wrist knows how to see as one line. Odysseus, still in a poor man's jacket, watched and waited for the moment when justice can be read as a simple task rather than a tantrum. He went first not to the bow but to loyalty. A handful of servants had kept their private compasses aligned while the wind at the big table spun madly. Euryclea, old nurse, would know a scar during the foot washing before any boast could point to it. Philotius and Eumaeus would stand in a doorway when standing meant being counted. Plans were whispered, doors latched in the mind before they were latched in oak, and the hall was measured without anyone seeing the measuring. Meanwhile, the strangers who thought themselves masters laughed at the disguised guest, as men laugh when they suspect a threat, but prefer to drain it with mockery before it becomes a task. The day of the contest arrived, and Penelope set the bow down with a care that listened like prayer. Men tried to bend it and discovered that a weapon remembers who has sung to it in winter. Odysseus asked to hold it as a beggar borrows a stick, and the jeers braided with kind warnings from those who still owned a small piece of their manners. He turned the wood in his hands, felt the grain answer his palm with the pleasure old companions share, and strung it without breath wasted. The axes made their single file, and wondered whether any eye could really see through that many small circles. The arrow left his hand, as if remembering a road, and arrived, as if welcoming a door. What comes after is not a berserker's joy, but a patient arithmetic long delayed. The suitors learned that a room once thought theirs had been a schoolroom. They had been reciting incorrect lessons. Names were called not because revenge enjoys roll calls, but because justice prefers to be specific. The floor, which had heard boasts, heard supplication. The rafters, which had been deaf to the sound of stolen bread being chewed, heard the spent noise that follows a clean decision. It is tempting to end here because the moral line is clear, and the lamps can be turned down gently. But beds and dawn comes to islands differently. It feels personal, as if the light had asked the cliffs for advice. In Ithaca, the first hints of day moved along the ridges and down through the olives like a blessing, and the house that had not slept for years under the noise of unwanted voices began to feel the soft threat that every morning brings. Today things must be decided. Odysseus, still wearing the face of a man no one needed to notice, stood in a doorway and watched the room that had once held his wedding games. He did not rehearse speeches, he measured distances. Bench to threshold, pillar to hearth, window to latch. He counted how many steps it would take to cross from cupbearer's niche to the corner where a bow in a dark case waited like a patient answer. Penelope, who had learned to turn waiting into action and action into a kind of music, came out with the bow in her arms. She moved as a woman does who has made a bargain with time and intends to keep her share to the syllable. She spoke to the men whose ease had made humility forget its own face, and said in effect that the house would become a court today. Whoever could string the bow that had accompanied her husband into 100 lessons in patience, and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads set in a line the way precision prefers, could claim the prize they had thought already theirs. She set the axes herself because ceremony, to be believed, must be tidy. One after another, the suitors learned the difference between strength and inheritance. Antinous, who had treated food as if it were an argument he always won, teased the wood as if wood listens to teasing. The bow made the noise old friends make when they decide not to indulge a joke. Eurymachus, whose tongue ran ahead of his judgment by habit, warmed the string by a fire and blamed the cold season when his hands failed. Others grunted, smiled too widely, offered stage wit to the crowd of their own companions. The only men working quietly were 2 herdsmen and a prince who had been attending to small hinges for months. Eumaeus the swineherd and Philoetius the cowherd watched the bow with the same attention they gave to a calf's first step. Telemachus stepped as if about to try, and for an instant made the room consider whether it had misjudged entirely, then laughed tenderly at himself and set the weapon back in its case, grinning at Penelope as sons grin when they prove to their mothers that they know how to read the line between promise and performance. It was then that the beggar asked for his turn, and the hall which had been built to echo laughter learned again how to echo scorn. Antinous called him drunk, others called him bold in a tone that made boldness sound like theft. Penelope, who heard through derision like a good harpist hears through tuning, said the stranger might try. If he failed, the house would not call failure a crime. Odysseus took the bow as a man takes a tool he has oiled through winter after winter. He turned it in his hands, testing the stave and the horn tips, and the grain answered him with old loyalty. Eumaeus and Philoetius, as previously agreed with nods that the room had never thought to count, slipped to the doors and latched them. Melanthius the goatherd, whose insolence had been warming like a coal, took note and went hunting for the storeroom stairs. The bow bent and sang. Homer says it twanged like a swallow's note. Odysseus knocked, drew, and shot. The arrow threaded the 12 axe heads in a single breath, the way a line of geese sometimes passes between poles without a feather strayed. Sound changed inside the hall. The echo returned with a different timbre, and men who had ordered musicians for sport suddenly felt their throats dry. Odysseus lowered the bow, turned to Telemachus with the least of smiles, and spoke the sentence fathers speak when boys turn men beside them. Now the work begins. Antinous, lifting a cup as if ritual could still command the room, received the first shaft in his throat. He died before he could understand that a feast had ended without his permission. Panic is a teacher that accepts no essays, only demonstrations. Eurymachus tried to make a speech of blame and bargain. The arrow that answered him was a grammar lesson. Telemachus ran to fetch arms from the storeroom and found the door unbarred and the racks disturbed. Melanthius had been busy on the suitor's behalf. The young man's blood thought faster than his words. He turned and with Eumaeus and Philoetius trapped the traitor, bound him, and hoisted him to the beams like a cask best left untapped, later to be dealt with by Odysseus' order, as the poem records. The fight that followed was not a melee but an accounting. 4 men held the hearth: Odysseus, Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius. On a day sacred to Apollo, shafts moved with the tidy efficiency that comes from practice. Euphemius the singer crouched by a pillar with a song trapped in his throat. Medon the herald hid under an ox hide, and when Telemachus pleaded for them as men who had served under compulsion, Odysseus, for whom justice was not appetite, spared them. The disloyal maidservants were made to set the hall in order first, to clean the tables and carry out the bodies, to wash the floor as if water could expedite forgetting, and only then were they hanged. The sentence the poem preserves to keep a household's memory from blurring until the next generation believes cowardice and cruelty go unpunished. The deeds were grim, and the poem lets the grimness stand, because homes are not made peaceful by pretending hardness is never required. When the hall fell still in the late light, and the house's deeper timbers felt the return of command like a relief in the grain, Eurycleia went as old joy goes, half skipping, half sobbing to find her mistress. She wanted to proclaim, to announce, to let triumph outrun caution, as laughter sometimes outruns breath. Penelope listened to the words that would have made most women run without shoes to the inner doorway, and did not run. She said what only the most disciplined hope can say, prove it. The nurse spoke of a scar and foot washing. Penelope thought of the cleverness of men and the gullibility of old bones. She asked that the stranger be made comfortable and that the guest place be prepared. Then she went down to look with her own eyes at the man who claimed to be the one in whose absence the house had learned to breathe in the shallow way houses do when an essential window is boarded over. They faced each other across the distance that 2 decades carve. He sat in a cloak that had known honest work, and she stood in a light that had learned to be kind to a woman who had declined every offer to let it be cruel. He said little, as men do when words have been squandered all day on the necessary unpleasant. She said less, as women do when they have learned that testing is not doubt but prudence. The room grew more silent than the others had been all morning. Finally, she issued the only challenge that could not be forged by an impostor or stolen by a thief. "Move the bed from our room," she said to a servant, not because she wanted a bed moved, but because she wanted a memory untouched by any other hand to speak. What answered was not a speech but a startled cry, the kind that pierces an old warrior's control when he hears a child laugh with his father's exact breath. "That bed cannot be moved," Odysseus said, "because I built it around the trunk of a living olive tree and cut the room to the tree, not the tree to the room. Any hand that says it can carry it away lies, or does not know what the word bed means in this house." The proof warmed the air the way a winter hearth does when one log suddenly finds its balance on another. Penelope crossed the space that 40 lines of argument could not have bridged and put her hands on the face marked by sea salt, firelight, and patience. The tears that came were not the tears of weak people. They were honest wages for years carried well. Night did not tug at them with regret or rush. Bedclothes felt the weight of 2 people who had taken vows before most of their servants were born. They spoke the way those who have regained a language speak, carefully, with pauses to enjoy the regained consonants. He told her of the island steppes, of the women whose names had become lessons instead of romances. She told him of the ways a house invents strength when the market is loud with insult. In the space between stories, they remembered the rhythm of a house at peace: water, bread, hushed servants, a latch with nothing to fear on the other side. Morning, as it does, called for errands that feel like proverbs. Odysseus and Telemachus went out to the farm where Laertes had been keeping the old trees company, the way men do who cannot reconcile their hands to new habits. They found him in a garden tunic that deserved to be retired. Odysseus tried a test, a tale as if he were a traveler with gossip, and saw that props were no longer needed. He walked up and took his father in his arms and showed him the scar from the boar on Parnassus, and named the trees Laertes had once given him as a boy: pear, fig, vines, and the rose where they stood. The old man's knees found strength as joy finds springs that it had only heard about in other people's lands. Father, son, and grandson stood under branches heavy with fruit, and felt how a line of men becomes a line of shade in this world. The island, however, had not been emptied of consequences by one night's work or one morning's reunion. The families of the dead had names and fields, and grief seeks weapons more quickly than it seeks sentences. A band gathered, kin of the suitors, men not all bad but all bound by the obligation to defend a household's honor as they understood it. Athene, who had guided this return with a patience that would have made lesser minds bitter, watched the weather between the hills, and chose the moment good teachers choose when they see that a lesson has reached the point of diminishing returns. Zeus cast a thunderbolt that split air and argument alike, Athena, in Mentor's shape, making the truce explicit at once. She took on Mentor's familiar shape and stepped between the lines mid-charge. Enough, she said without needing the word. There was a clash, because poems allow one more clang when hearts are hot, and then there was the sudden quiet that comes when men hear their own fathers in their own heads. Odysseus stood back from the brink, as a man stands back from a cliff his enemy has just slipped from. Telemachus learned that victory also means knowing when to let go of victory. Laertes, who had just felt the weight of a son's return take years off his spine, threw a spear with the grace of a man who had never forgotten the arc of that motion, and felled Eupeithes, father of Antinous. That satisfied a certain arithmetic without ruining the larger ledger. Athene made the truce explicit. Zeus's sign made it binding. The island felt the new law settle on its shoulders like a cloak that fits. Men lowered their weapons and remembered that they had roofs to tend and children to teach to swim. Peace requires work as careful as war, but of a different sort. Messes were cleaned by those who knew what stain requires which soap. The hall was aired the way rooms are aired after illness. Eurycleia, who had not stopped moving since the news had begun to come true, whistled under her breath in the old way, and Ray taught the maids the measures of mourning that civilization depends on. Sweep, water, bread, kindling, lids. Penelope oversaw the resetting of the loom with a serenity that was not oblivion but a choice, and the loom accepted her hands like a dog accepts an owner's touch after a long absence. Telemachus walked through the storerooms and learned to count oil jars with the discipline of a steward, because a king's son must know tables as well as tactics. Odysseus stepped into the courtyard and felt how the stones knew his foot again, and how the fig and the vine had grown, as if waiting to be told that their practice had purpose. If a listening child were to ask what the good ending is in a story whose middle is this crowded with delays and tempests, the answer might be this: a good ending is the moment a house can be a house without apologizing for being only a house. Fields planted at the right time, people sitting where their names make sense, gods acknowledged with offerings that make gratitude visible without needing grand ceremonies to cover fear. The olive bed no longer a secret sign but once again a bed, with long sleep allowed to visit when work is finished, and not rescented when work calls early. The sea still itself, but less a judge and more a road when needed. In the evenings, when the wind came peaceful around the headland, and the goats rang their bells the way careful craftsmen tap a vessel to hear if it is sound, Odysseus would sometimes look down at his hands, rub the scar, and think of the muscled back of a ram under his fingers in a dark cave, of a mast strap biting his shoulders fast as a siren syllable, of the kindness in a princess's way of averting her eyes at the right second, of his wife's clever stillness that had saved a kingdom without raising a spear. He did not teach these thoughts to his son as laws, but as memories that could become laws if Telemachus wanted to learn them that way. Penelope, who had been the island's mind when its king was the world's witness, sat in the courtyard shade with women whose eyes had learned not to look for sails on every horizon and found, in conversation about wool and cousins and weather, the kind of joy people mean when they say the word home without any particular poetry in mind. The gods, for their part, did not withdraw to sulk. They kept their distance like supervised.